Okay, I am officially live. Oh, hi there. I didn't see you come in. I'm your host, Narcloft, and welcome to this year's 2022 Pumpkin Carving Stream! Alternatively known as this year's Pumpkin Carving Stream, because this year's 2022 Pumpkin Carving Stream would imply that I have also done this year's 2021 and all of the years before that, which I clearly haven't. It's what I meant to say was welcome to this year's pumpkin carving stream. That's what I was trying to get at. Anyway, I've gone ahead and assembled a playlist of spooky, absolutely copyright free hits for the background here. Unfortunately, they're playing on the speaker system of my computer, which is I meant to put them onto the speakers. So not the speakers, but in the background here. So I'm gonna fix that. Because why would you do anything other than that? So you should now be hearing some spooky music in the background. You go ahead and let me know if that's just way the fuck too loud, okay? Because I'm gonna have it running. We'll have it run pretty quiet in the background, I think. There's a huge pumpkin here, and there you go. You should notice a couple of things about me. First of all, I'm part mummy, and that's because I have an oven burn that I'm trying to cover up. So that's fun. Second thing you should notice, my hand, the inside of my arm, the little bit on the bottom of like right there is I've got cuts just all fucking over me, and that is it's all from our good friend Cedar. The other day at approximately 4:00 in the morning, our little kitty friend decided he was gonna have butt problems, and he was gonna wake his mama up by just scratching in his litter box as he tried to poop, and he couldn't. He just couldn't get that poop out of him, and so. His mom woke up, and she was running around, and I'm sitting there with my friggin' CPAP machine mask on, and I'm hearing her going, he's trying to poop. She's like chasing him around the apartment. She's like, Cedar can't poop. Cedar's trying to poop. He's trying to poop everywhere. And she's just zip, and I'm going, what? Can I help? What do you want me to do? And she can't hear me because I've got a CPAP mask on, and it's 4 a.m. And I go, finally she comes in the room and she's like, Cedar's trying to poop everywhere and it's not going good. And I'm like, it shouldn't. Pooping everywhere can't really go good, if you know what I mean. So it's like, I'm sorry, but I can't, I've tried to answer you, but I've got a CPAP mask on. Do you need help? And she's like, yes, please. I'm like, okay. So I take the CPAP off and I go out there, and he can't and won't poop, and I'm watching him like arch his back and like squeeze, trying to get a poop out of him. This is your Halloween stream, by the way. It's a body horror for you, cat body horror. So he's trying to poop and he's just squeezing down. Nothing's happening, and I'm like, all right, well, there's nothing to do for us to do until we can get to a vet. What we need to do is give him some Delicolax, which is a stool softener, and I try to give him some of that. And that doesn't go very well, as you can see by the results on my hand. There are also two fairly deep, they're not scratch wounds, they're puncture wounds, like stabbed down to the bone puncture wounds in my right hand, but it's mostly the left hand that looks damaged, aside from the unrelated burn bandaging. So I'm ready for Halloween in terms of looking just like a horrible mess, like I've been through a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie on my own. Because Cedar scratched me up real good while I was trying to hold him down so that Indigo could get those drugs into his mouth. And we have learned that wrapping him in a blanket is hands down the best way to deal with this situation. Something I should have been doing from day one on account of I work in a vet hospital, and you'd think I would know these things. But what are you going to do? I'm a receptionist, not a vet technician, and not an attendant. So I really had no idea what to do in that situation. So I'm cut up. I'm actually, I think, yeah, that one's actively bleeding. That's that. I guess I must have opened the scab there or something. I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, but that one's actively bleeding. And this bandage is, at some point or another, definitely going to get in the way of our pumpkin carving process. So it's probably coming off. Like, if I'm being honest, I'm probably just going to unravel this thing and get rid of it. But we're here. We're going to do the thing. I have all of the materials, one might hope. I have pumpkins. I have buckets for pumpkin guts. I have a lovely assistant who, hopefully, if I call out to her in my hour of need, will come and empty those buckets of pumpkin guts, because I've got just a real big pumpkin in here that I think alone could fill both of those buckets. So I may ask for some help in this process. She will not appear on screen. She does not like to be on screen, but I may hand things off to her off camera. Remember the other night when I slammed my toe against the bed frame? Well, I'm just now noticing that there's a huge purple bruise and broken blood vessels, so we are both beat up. And yes, I'll help. Okay, thank you, baby. Yeah, we're an absolute fucking wreck. Earlier on, I trimmed a toenail too close, and my foot was bleeding. So it's like 3 out of 4 limbs. I'm just hanging on to my right foot, just hanging on by a thread here. But I got all my tools. For proper pumpkin carving, one needs a proper spoon. You need just a big metal spoon. And you can get yourself a nice little pumpkin carving kit like this, and this shovel could help. But it will never help you the way that just a standard large spoon will do the job. Likewise, these knives, excellent for cutting, like, little detail stuff. But for getting the top off, you can't beat just a good old-fashioned, kitchen knife. So I got that. I got my little lighter here, which I think has fluid, so I can light the candles. We got basically everything that we need. And then right over here, I got my computer keypad and all of that stuff, so that'll come in handy. But for now, I got to run. Oh, Laura's here. Hello. Yuck, stubbing toes is never fun. I agree. I have to ask you, Laura, which pumpkin do you want me to carve first? Do you want me to carve the beige one, or do you want me to carve the orange boy? We'll get to another orange boy, the surprise of the evening, a little bit later. But it's either yellow or orange at the moment. And I will sip gently as I let you call the shots. Go ahead and unwrap my toolkit. This is going to break. That'll break in about 2 seconds. How many little knives do you really need in a pumpkin carving kit? 3? Are they all identical? Seems excessive. How about big orange? Okay. Oh, hey, what's this? A stabby tool. A stabby tool. Oh, I guess that must be for like poking through the things that you did there. Now, you may have noticed that unlike in previous years, I don't have 2 cameras going, and that is because, try as I might, I cannot get Elgato's Epoch Cam to actually do what it was, what it was designed to do, which is to run off of my iPhone and work as a second camera. I'm going to try and have Molly finger paint her first pumpkin either today or tomorrow. Oh, that'll be nice. Can you just out of curiosity, can you hear the music? Is it loud enough without being too loud? Because I want to hear some spooky music, but I don't want it to be overbearing. And I certainly don't want it to be like full of ads or anything. That's important to me. I can't even hear it, but I have the dishwasher going. Well, yes. What if I turn it up just a bit? Should be. It should be going. It's. All right, so we're going with Big Orange. And like I said, how do you start a pumpkin like Maria? I'll be honest, I didn't even know there was music, but I also have Sweeney Todd playing. Nice. All right, well, it's a good choice. I can't blame you. Get this process started here. Carving in the dark. Always a good choice. No, I don't hear the dishwasher. I hear my mini fridge, which contains several pumpkin-flavored beers that I intend to compare and contrast shortly. Can you hear the music now? I'll put on some damn headphones. I'll do it. I'm crazy. Mr. Depp is currently sailing into London whilst singing about a barber and his wife. Understandable. Relating the gist of his tale. How many media sources can you have playing at the same time? I know people who can play a video game while they've got the television on in the background, and that just wears me out. Something fierce. I can't handle all that. It's too much. I think it's too much. Now, I've had these pumpkins inside the apartment for a little while. Actually, to be honest with you, about a week. Because when I first bought them, they were sitting out on the porch. I was trying to keep them cool, or at least as cool as I could, because I didn't want them to rot or anything. And the damn squirrels started getting at them, and I was like, "Fuck!" So here we are. Seriously, I need somebody to tell me if they can hear the music. That would be extraordinarily helpful to me in my current situation. You can only hear my voice. Okay, well that is cause for concern. What about now? You hear music now? Nothing? Oh, what the fuck? All right. All right. Here's what we'll do. By that I mean I'll just make my own music. Alright. I put headphones on, and I'm going to set the audio source to the headphones. Good. That's set correctly. Now, PC audio should be set to not the Samsung. Nope. Nothing. Nothing, tra-la-la. There. How about now? You got to be able to hear it now. It's got to be. It's got to be playing now. Fucking serious. Okay. All right. Because otherwise, what I'll do is I'll just fucking set it to the. No, now it's just playing from the TV. Just playing from the TV. It's behind the microphone. It's echoing through the room. There you go. It's gonna sound like crap, but here we are. Okay, cool. All right, just making sure. It's supposed to be kind of a spooky playlist, so I wanted to. I wanted you to kind of get that spooky feel, you know, but it was not cooperating with me. A bit of a pain, in my opinion. There we go. I bring the funk. Let me know if it's too like it should be like too loud now. You know, just tell me what you think. Keep me posted. Good, that works. Now it's time to get the goo out of this here pumpkin. Lo-fi spooky beats, indeed. That's how I do it. I like to keep it real spooky up in here, whilst also keeping it real lo-fi. Now, what I'd really like for this stream is for you to be able to actually see what it is that I'm doing. So you can see I'm like shaving off as much of this crud as I can around the edges, because I want this thing to not be particularly cluttered, and then just really get in there with this good old-fashioned spoon. Still have no idea what kind of face I'm going to put on this guy. This is just the cleaning process. And I think, honestly, I kind of might... I don't know how I want to break up the stream. Do I want to do the cleaning process on all three of them, like, in quick succession? Or do I want to clean each one of them as I go to carve it? And I just don't even know anymore. I just don't even know. think that probably makes the most sense, yes. Just in case I can't get to all of them. Just in case my computer freezes up on me again for no readily apparent reason. Yeah, that's a fair point. Yes, there we go. A rich harvest of innards. Exactly what we seek. Now, babe, as I fill these up, you have the option of throwing it all into a bag or separating out the seeds and putting them into a bag. And then we can cook some pumpkin seeds tonight if you want to. Because I can tell you right now, just from the smell, these pumpkins would have sat out in a field all season and would have been just fine. The fact that they've been in our living room hasn't made a goddamn ounce of difference. These are not rotten. These are not gross inside. I was a little worried that might happen, but those concerns were unfounded because it's fresh. I'd be smelling it if it wasn't. Alright, let me try this pumpkin raking tool that they've got here. We'll see if this guy's any good. I highly doubt it. I think it'll snap off like a twig. Yeah, we'll keep the pulp in the fridge, absolutely. I'm not just... Once you unseal the container, you don't want to leave it out on the counter, you know? You open a jar of jam, you close the jar of jam, you know what I'm saying? Well, this little guy's not without its use. It's a wider scraping surface, and that's pretty good. I do feel like it's pretty flimsy, and it is gonna fall apart if I don't have, like, I'm keeping a finger behind it as a sort of support. And I think that's helping. But we'll see. How does everybody feel about the music? Good vibes? I felt like just me carving pumpkins, especially given the fact that I only have one camera to work with this year, just wasn't going to be enough entertainment value on its own, so I needed to bring something special in to make the show a little bit more interesting. So I feel like the music is good. And we tried some different royalty-free music last year. I do not have a plastic bag over my arm. That's a fair point. I should probably have a plastic bag over my arm. But I don't. It's too late. The damage is done. My original plan for this was to put like a plastic bag over my arm so that I didn't get gross pumpkin stuff on my bandage, but I actually have a better idea. I'm gonna let the bandage slowly sluice off over the course of the stream, and then as that happens, the pumpkin enzymes will get directly into the wound and my flesh, and then I will become a pumpkin man, which is really just the right choice if you're gonna dedicate yourself to the holiday. You know, a lot of people, they want their health and well-being. I just want to do Halloween right, you know. So just to make sure I do it right, I'm also gonna drink some pumpkin beer later on, and you know, I might eat some of this pumpkin goo, just scoff it right down. I might try having sex with one of these pumpkins later. We'll see. It's gross. It's a gross joke. Not proud of it. Pumpkin transmitted disease. It's a different definition for PTSD, pumpkin transmitted sexual disease. Too much? I never know. Alright, so if you're doing it right, good time to arrive now, guy. There you are. If you're doing it right, the inside of your pumpkin ought to look a little something like that. Except this guy that's hanging down, I don't want any hangers on. That's no good. That guy's got to go. So we're just going to keep working our way around. I don't want any threads. I don't want to get all icky when I'm in here. Babysitting 7 kids. Good lord. You guys thought I was the sick one. My guy's apparently a big-time masochist. Just loves pain. Last minute. Oh, yeah, so nobody even give you a heads up. You just get to do that. Oh, I hope you're making that money, son. You let those kids know that if this music gets a little too spooky for them, they can go and hide in the closet with the lights off. Because that is the safest place during a Halloween live stream. It's funny, you don't think about this. Each year, I do this same stream each year. I do, the pumpkin carving bit. And each year, I forget just how much it hurts my hand. Like, I'm one pumpkin in, and this hand is already cramping so bad. It's rough getting older. Is that good? Have we done good enough? Is that enough? Or 6 too many? They got headphones on? Nice. So how is everybody doing? All right, I think that is one empty pumpkin right there. And I'm gonna go wash my hands and get a paper towel, because hoo boy, am I gonna need it. I'll be right back, kids. Okay, so some paper towels. What's that?
Then do I need to bag that? Can I just keep it all in there?
Well, I'm gonna come out and get another because I'm gonna rotate the bowls.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
What do you need a Diet Coke bottle full of water for? Why? To wipe the pumpkin down a little bit. Think I want to be all sticky in here? No, sir. No, sir. Clean that up. Make it look ever so fine. A lot of dirt on the back of this one, too. I mean, it doesn't matter. If your pumpkin's a little dirty, it's not the end of the world. People are afraid of dirt. It's a scary servant. It's a scary activity. And the dirt is just going to add accents to that. It's going to make it look like a rough, nasty, rough and tumble pumpkin, like a dirty boy, like he's going to show up at your house and make a mess and then not clean up after himself. Dirty boy. That's what everybody's afraid of, isn't it? Dirty boys. Okay, so we could use the pock-marked side of this pumpkin to make him look really dirty, or we could use the nicely rounded, fresh, orangey side of the pumpkin to carve in and try to make it look, a little bit more fancy. What do you think? My guy submits that you're not having fun if you're not covered in dirt, so maybe we ought to use the dirty bit here. Make him look like a real dirty bird. Make him look like he rose from the grave. Okay. Well, we'll do like a zombie pumpkin on this one. I will, I can't believe I didn't get a marker. I'll get a marker. Be right back. Alright, so I found a Sharpie. Gonna do a little doodling here. I feel like he should have kind of a look. Maybe one eye out. Maybe one eye chewed out, I think. And then one eye open. And to do the one eye open, we'll need a big circle there. We'll need a smaller circle in the middle. And then we'll need to keep them connected. Okay, so unfortunately you guys can't really see that, but you'll see it as it's done. So what I've done is I've drawn a circle here, and you can't just cut out a circle, obviously. Then you wouldn't get Expecting Skills Gone Mad Trying. Welcome back, nice to see you again. You can't just cut out a circle or you'll end up with a hole there. And I want a pupil on this thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm going to leave some little slices, some little flecks, like almost like iris flecks. And I'll show you what that looks like as soon as I finish it. I think diagonal planes tend to look a little bit creepier and spookier than regular planes. So I'm gonna have those lines that connect are gonna be on diagonals. But you'll see what I'm driving at here in a second. pop this out of here. And I might even need, for you guys to be able to see it, I might even need a light source to point in there. Of course, my hands are covered in pumpkin goo, so I can't open my damn phone. There we go. Okay, see what I'm saying? So there's going to be a diagonal line that kind of connects the center pupil, and then the whites of the eyes will kind of be glowing. So we'll see if I can duplicate that same effect on the opposite side. The puppers are excited. It does kind of sound like puppers. And I want his eye to be kind of grody, like not properly shaped like a circle, kind of like a little wonky. But we can get that in fine tuning later on. So again, see what I'm saying? Might even, in this little top part, I might even cut like a little fleck there. And make it so it looks like kind of like bits of an iris. See if I can't get that effect going. And whilst doing so, maybe I can stab myself a little bit in the hand so I can have even more horrible flesh wounds on my left hand. Because isn't that just the goal of my last 24 to 48? You know what I'm saying? Got a little hole stabber. Hey, this little hole stabber, not so good. Not a good tool there, guys. I've built a guillotine and a couple of spooky guys for this year's Halloween. Nice. I look forward to doing this just about every year. I'm a big Halloween guy. I like watching a lot of horror movies. So every year that we get to the time for pumpkin carving, I get amped up. I never plan for it. I don't want to, and you can't make me. I always just kind of wing it based on what people are suggesting in the chat. But I think that's part of the fun. Alright, let's try that out. Actually, part of me thinks, why don't I go ahead and put a candle in here and light it up while we're working. And see if that doesn't give me a better idea of what we'll be looking at when we're done. Because I think I've done some of the iris effect that I was looking for. I also wanted to have little glints in the eye. But I can see from the lack of glow through that I need to go a little bit further. I agree. Random pumpkins. I can build something. Random pumpkins are the best. If you're gonna plan everything out, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess there's people out there who do some really amazing pumpkin carving, so planning benefits them, and good. That's good for them. I just kind of like my random unclear pumpkins. Now, that's an eye. out of a whole face. I build something new every year, but out of stuff I can recycle, so I don't need to store loads of decorations. That's fair. Yeah, I can't afford a whole bunch of decorations, and we live in a little apartment anyway, so it's not like I can really. I'm not gonna do that. So this other eye here, I'm gonna make it look like he's got a big slash going from right to left. Cedar is skulking about looking for Snuggles at this point. Looking for something. Not quite sure what he wants. That icon, guy. I forget the name of the streamer that you got that from, but it is most unsettling, sir. She must be very proud of it. Partway there with a little gash on the face, but I think we can go further. Now it's time for Operation Don't Burn My Fucking Hand. Okay. So it looks like that eye has been well and truly jacked up over there. And I think some sort of horrible nose cavity. But I don't know. I'm going to focus on the mouth first, and then we'll see where it goes from there. Do we want to go for like a smiling mouth, like he's excited, or do we want to go with more like a kind of a thing? I'm not sure. The first person who carved a pumpkin was probably thinking, I gotta eat this fucking thing, and then somebody else was like, hey, you know what you can do with that? Hang on, I got an idea. And they were like, that's fun. And then they were like, what else can we do? And then they just I don't know, they just kind of started dicking around from there. But I like to think that somebody put it on their head first. I feel like the music's a little too loud. I don't know. Personal opinion. I'm going to try to turn it up. I think I want to make this guy look kind of pleased about the fact that he's about to eat. So that's my plan. Get a nice big wide grin on him. I know here in the UK we used to carve turnips for Halloween. Turnips? They must have been fairly sizable. Otherwise, how would that really work? That's right, pumpkins are like a kind of squash that isn't found over there. Pumpkins are an American thing, aren't they? I had forgotten about that. When the first people showed up in America, like, well, not the first people. When the first fucking white people showed up in America, they were like, what are all these weird things lying on the ground? And they didn't even think to eat them. Hey, Lynn, how you doing? You look up carved, well, it sounds it. Carved turnips, like a withered husk. Like a deeply upsetting withered husk of a thing. And then do they put lights inside them? How do you get the candle in there? Willkommen tillbaka, Lynn. I don't even know what I want for this guy's teeth. I want him to have like gross teeth. I saw a man in a band. I was watching old footage of the Dubliners, and that man's teeth, oh, they upset me. So I kind of want to have those. In a Halloween mood, nice. I'll try to keep it family appropriate then, and you guys can all watch together. Everybody, behave yourselves. Be grown-ups. I'll show you what I've got so far for the mouth here, because it's a step-by-step process. Dun, 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 dun. It's not quite there yet, but I wanted to get going on it. But I want him to just kind of have kind of a look to him. And the like gross little peg-like squared off teeth are almost more upsetting than spiky teeth to me. The people are going to think the person who carved this pumpkin was like bipolar or something, because I just keep switching tooth styles, and it's just all over the map, guys. Oh, I'm keeping this tooth train going. That goes on for a good long while, to be honest with you. Speaking of upsetting teeth, the singer of the Pogues, I'm telling you, go look up this guy from the Dubliners. Like, good lord. I mean, it seriously is like if he had half the number of teeth that I do, and they're like half as thick. Like he somehow slimmed his teeth down. So there's like little, like it looks like he stuck straws in his mouth. Like, it's not right. I don't know. I understand that dental care in Ireland at that time period was probably not as good as it could have been, but I mean, there wasn't anybody else there who looked like that, and the guy was just chain smoking constantly. So I'm like, you're not doing yourself any favors. Settle down there, boy, with the cigarettes and everything. It was rough. It was rough, I tell you, rough. My girlfriend will back me up. She saw the same video. She said, ugh. We both did. We both just kind of went, ugh. It's like watching one of those Dr. Pimple Popper videos where you're just like, I fear to watch, yet I cannot turn away. It hurts. It hurts so good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I've done the peg teeth real good over here. Look at that. Look at that. He's got a bunch of little peggy teeth. I'm thrilled. Now let's get him a rotting nose, I think. He needs to have a horrible fissure running down the center of his face. The first half of the horrible fissure running down his face. I feel like that gives him a nice lopsided kind of a look. I think he's fun. What do you guys think? You want any more details on him? Do you want him to have some sallow cheekbones? Or sallow? Hollow cheekbones? Sallow skin? Totally different things. Thoughts? Feelings? He's not at all what I originally planned. Defo been hit by a car. We could really like wreck this up further. Like we could add some more slash lines and stuff like that. I don't know. Now I'm frightened. Now I'm afraid. Like I'll take it too far. Part of me feels like what I should do to even it out is just widen the mouth on the side with the eyeball and then just call it a day. Tried Googling. It's like I needed to see this man's beautiful mouth. That's fair. That's fair. You can't win them all. I will tell you the name of the song at some point, so because I can share the video with you. Oh, it was it's called the Irish Rover or the Irish Wanderer, something like that. It's on YouTube. You'll find it. Oh, he'll have an awful grin by the time I'm through with him. And at the beginning of the video, he takes a big old puff off of, like, the last remnants of a cigarette. It was the same guy? Okay. I wonder if it was the same guy from the Pogues, and he's just in there, like, backing up the Dubliners. That's awesome. Like as you carve open a pumpkin, it makes baboon noises at you. Okay, cool. Then it was... Okay, so we were literally thinking of the same dude. There we go. He's got a nice wide smile. Face looks a little bit more even, and it's been smushed in the middle. But I think I'm happy with that. I think I'd like to do more with the idea of an eye. Honestly, I think that would be fun. But I think I did an eye pumpkin last year. I think it was like Mike Wazowski. So I don't know. Maybe we'll do something a little bit less derivative, a little bit more creative. What do you guys want the next one to be? I'm gonna go ahead and set this guy. Set him where he belongs over here. Hanging on this chair. Please don't start a fire in my apartment, Mr. Pumpkin. That would make me very sad. He's hanging out over there. he's my little buddy. So, what will this one's destiny be? With these yellow ones, go with the eye with veins. Sounds cool. Okay. All right, I can do that. I think the last time I had like a nice round pumpkin like this, and I think I did an eyeball. But I feel like if I do, I can probably get a little bit more elaborate with it than I did on the last one last year. No. I think I have a great deal of possibilities here. So first things first, let's get our paper towels. Let's get some water. Give your pumpkin a good old rub. Yeah, boy. Trying to get him nice and clean. Yeah, he doesn't really have a lot of dirt on him to begin with, does he? Good. Guys, I'm not joking. If that thing starts flaming in the background, I need you to tell me. I'm just real worried about that. Speaking of which, I'm gonna put the top on him just to be extra sure. You know? I have just knocked over a water bottle, so mistakes can and will be made. Luckily, I knocked it over right next to my roll of paper towels. So I'm now soaking it up with said paper towels. Never washed a pumpkin? Well, hey, listen, I wanted this eyeball to look nice and clean before I started, well, you know. Now, one pumpkin a year, I like to carve not weird spiky lines on. I like to do a nice round top on one pumpkin a year. Just makes me feel well balanced. Satisfies my obsessive compulsive disorder. There we go. A nice round top. Carve it with an axe. It's the only way to be sure. I don't think that an axe-carved pumpkin would come out looking all that nice. Ooh, you are full of goodness, aren't you? Why don't we go? Yeah, I'll tell you what. This is my put the bits in that I carved out thing. I'm gonna go get my my other pumpkin bucket, and I'll be right back. What to make with the pumpkin goo?
I was thinking like pumpkin curry stew.
Oh wow.
With coconut milk, golden raisins, cremini mushrooms.
Oh my goodness, you're like looking up recipes out there.
No,
Okay.
I actually didn't look it up. I was just thinking of stuff that would be good.
Oh, for realsies?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so Indigo's coming up with recipes for what to make out of the pumpkin goo. Because we're not just going to make pumpkin seeds. She wants to make stuff out of the pumpkin goo as well. So we're kicking her out ideas for that. Also, she wanted to say hi.
Hi, everyone.
And I got my...
I love the smell of ripe pumpkin.
Do you see our little friend in the corner?
Our little friend.
He's sitting in your chair.
Oh, I love him. Oh, my God.
Isn't he cute?
I love him. What's his name? Frank?
I haven't named him.
I feel like his name's Frank.
Frank is the uncle from Hellraiser.
Oh, there you go. Uncle Frank, yeah.
Blood brought me this far.
Yeah, I like that. I like the scar over his eye, too.
Thank you. Okay, so you can tell it's a scar?
Yeah.
Good.
That's really cool.
It's really nice having like a legit artist to like give me criticism because I never know if my stuff looks any good. So
Honestly, it looks so magical with the candlelight inside of it. Oh my god, it's so cool.
everybody says hi. Lynn says meow,
Meow.
and she said that your idea for the pumpkin stew sounds lovely.
Oh, the sound was on.
Oh yeah,
Talking.
they can hear.
That's funny. Oh well,
I can
thank
hear
you. Because I'm like, it could be like there could be beans in there,
Beans is good.
rice.
Why does he say that sometimes? I don't know.
Beans,
It's just
rice.
part of Pat, part of who Pat is.
I guess I could put in like a meat of some kind,
Yeah, but who needs to?
but I kind of feel like it doesn't need it. Like I just want it to be like nice autumnal like squashes and
Yeah, I
and
get that.
nuts and I don't know.
I get that. Like she said, sounds lovely. And meow. Here we go.
Where is our little kitty cat friend?
He's around here someplace. I've seen. He came in here. He was skulking around a little bit. He's being a kitty shark. I was like, "What are you doing? What's your plan, little man?"
I think he's just a curious cat. He just wants to come in and see what you're up to.
That's fair. Now listen, I don't know. These seeds and this pumpkin mush could be entirely different than the seeds and pumpkin mush inside of the orange one, so I don't really know what to expect.
Yeah, they might be like, well, because it's, I don't know if it's a different color just because it's just a different color, or if it's like a different type
different
of
breed of pumpkin?
or a different level of ripeness. I'm not really.
Yeah, it could be the same kind of pumpkin, it's just not as ripe.
Well, I'm gonna put it in its own bag.
Okay.
So the other one has its own bag. This one will have its own. Maybe we can label them with date and which pumpkin it is.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
Okay. I found some Sharpie markers, but they're the very thin kind, so
Yeah.
it was like, this isn't gonna work.
So you're
But you can use the
freestyling.
I'm just freestyling.
Which
Yeah.
is like honestly, that's part of the fun
Like my
of pumpkins, of carving pumpkins.
like my awesome rap the other day.
Yes. That's such an awesome. I love it so much, Pat. Seriously.
Good. I'm glad you like him. He's fun. We'll call him Frank.
Gonna have to take some pictures.
And then
on
we
the-
can go,
on the
come to
porch.
daddy. It's the worst. Have you guys ever seen Hellraiser? It's like a freaking classic.
Is it weirdly therapeutic to be doing this? Like to.
No.
No, you
No,
don't like it?
it's
You're not a
it's gross. It's gratas. I
But I
don't
feel
care
like
for
it
it.
is perfect for Halloween.
No, I mean
Like,
absolutely.
Well, it's just funny because it happens to be an autumnal harvest, just a plant that happens to grow during the autumn.
Yeah.
But actually, like taking it out, it feels very gross and like you're in someone's guts or something. And so it is like perfect for spooky time.
For spooky times. That's fair. It's legit, baby.
Yeah.
God Mad Tryon was saying that before pumpkins, they used to carve turnips.
Oh.
And I was like, I had completely forgotten about this, but I'd read at some point or another, they said, pumpkins are American, they're
Yes.
North American.
Yes.
And Halloween dates back way further than that, so...
Yeah. So when.
Uh,
Yeah.
So yeah, they...
Well, it makes sense. I mean, I guess you could also do squash, like different types of, or gourds. Aren't gourds, or is that more of like a southern?
Gourds are, I mean, there's definitely... Yeah.
It's so funny because in my head I'm like, oh, why aren't pumpkins in like Europe or something? Like I don't know.
It's odd. I'm sure that they have different squashes over there.
Yeah.
They just didn't have the weird pumpkin ones that we have over here.
so funny.
Gone Mad Tryon has also spotted the video that I saw where there's a new Hellraiser, and it's definitely a woman as Pinhead. So I don't know what's going on there. I haven't seen it. Gone Mad Tryon, one of the people watching, said that they saw the preview for the new Hellraiser as well.
Oh, so there is a new Hellraiser?
There is a new Hellraiser, 100%, and it appears to be a woman as Pinhead, or at least she's a Cenobite. But I think it's it is Pinhead because it's got the lines with the pins sticking out. Like, obviously going for that particular character because there's a bunch of different Cenobites.
Well, yeah, maybe that's a specific group of Cenobites or something.
Maybe.
Like,
They could dig into the lore and find out that there is an order of Pinhead.
Right. I mean, why not?
We prefer this kind of suffering to all others. And then you've got the order of the weird voice box torn out lady, or you've got the order of Chatterer. No, not the order of Chatterer.
I don't want more of those. Yeah.
I love Chatterer. He's my favorite. He's my absolute favorite. The fact that he shows up and he just immediately shoves fingers down her throat. You're like, what the fuck, Chatterer? Back off. Take it easy. We have eternity to know your flesh. There's no need to get right into it there, you fucking weirdo. Oh boy, Lynn, you know how I said I was gonna take it easy there? I hope your nieces aren't actually listening to any of this.
Oh,
Rosema's makeup.
yeah, none of that was appropriate.
Yeah, the special effects makeup in the original Hellraiser and then Hellraiser Part 2, where Frank is like muscles and bone and such, it looks really good. Like it looks legit. And that cannot have been easy to accomplish. And that opening scene where he like reconstitutes himself is like gnarly.
It's really cool. Yeah, it makes me think of The Thing. I also really love the zombie in Return of the Living Dead.
Lynn says, I have headphones now. Did you have headphones before that whole outburst? Because I'm sorry about that.
Oh no.
They're watching some TV stuff. Okay, cool. Thank God for that. I was gonna say, this is... it's fun when I'm editing. I can make Pat Venture Time family friendly, but when I'm live streaming, things just kind of slip out sometimes, you know?
Well, I just realized that I haven't really eaten much today.
Yeah, neither have I. I'm like getting hungry. Okay, good. She had headphones on before that whole outburst, so everything's fine. Okay, good.
Can you continue to be profane and...
Yes, I can continue to be profane. I would genuinely like to try to tone it down. But it's
maybe
just...
for this kind of stream.
Yeah, well, that's the tough part, because I play video games where they swear and zombies are biting you and you're hacking people's heads off and stuff. It's like, what is the point in trying to be family friendly when I'm playing Fallout? It's
what's the game? An Outlast game or something.
Yeah.
Where the actual content is also very disturbing and there's major adult themes. And
major
stuff.
adult
why
themes,
would you,
yeah.
why would you even bother? Yeah.
Yeah.
But for this kind of thing, I mean, this kind of feels it, a more friendly kind of thing.
Yeah. Alright, so there's a couple of different routes that I could go with this particular pumpkin. I'm getting down to the part where I'm actually going to start carving it. Right now I'm still cleaning out the insides, but I'm getting to that point, and there are several ways to do this. Number one, I could continue carving with the little knives. We're doing an eyeball, and I think I want to have like veins wrapping all the way around the eyeball.
So it's just going to be one big eye?
Yeah, it's just one big eye.
That would be fun.
So I think that'll be neat. No mouth, no face, just one big eye just staring at you.
Do like just Sauron's eye. Like...
lidlessly staring, wreathed in flame.
Yeah.
No, but what I could do is I could break out the wax tools that I used last time and skin the pumpkin and make it so that the light shows through the flesh of the pumpkin, but not the skin. You remember how I was like shaving the pumpkins instead of cutting into them last year? So I could try doing that for the eyeball. But I don't know. I don't know what everybody's thinking. The more traditional pumpkin carvers are like, let's do this by cutting. But I do love a good freshly shorn pumpkin. It's breathtaking, really.
What would you use to shave it?
The wax cutting tools that I was using last year, the little hoops.
Oh yeah, okay.
They work really well for shaving.
Is it so you get different shades?
Essentially, yes.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But I'm not sure that I really want to do. It's tough because if I do the knife, all of the light space is going to be like open and allowing air to flow into the pumpkin, and it could easily extinguish the candle. Right? Whereas if I do the shaving thing, it's safe. The candle is not going to flicker out or anything, and it's just going to let light through. That pumpkin will degrade so much more quickly than the other pumpkins because it's exposed.
Yeah.
I tried to do what you're saying. It's harder than it looks, but could be interesting. I did it last year. We did some actually really good ones that way. So I'm feeling like that's what I want to do with this guy. If I'm going to do an eyeball, I'm thinking that's the way to do it. So I think what I'll do is I'll draw my cornea. First of all, let's wipe this pumpkin off. Where'd my roll of paper towel? Oh, they're there. Good.
So the iris is the colored part of your eye.
Yes. The iris? Okay, then I'll draw the iris.
The cornea, I believe, is on the iris.
I think that's the hole. The eye hole, that well, like the black part.
That's a pupil.
Okay, well, yeah, you're right. Well, then what the hell is a cornea?
I thought that the cornea is like a layer that goes like over the top.
Okay, no, that's probably exactly what it is.
Because I think that when you get eye surgery, the LASIK, I think that they take like a flap of your cornea
and lift it.
It freaks me out so much.
That's upsetting. I don't like it. My tools are up there. Okay, good. All right, then this is what we're doing. I'm gonna draw a circular. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna get the tools. And we're gonna make this happen. Tool number 1, the scraper. But what do I need? Tool number 2. I don't need the poker. I don't need the gouger. I don't need the brush. I need the hoop. The poop loop. There it is. Good. Okay. So, this little tool right here with a loop works perfectly for carving into and shaving off just enough. Not a lot. Doesn't go in deep. You don't want it to. So I'm going to carve in here. This skin is actually fairly thick. So you can see what I'm doing here is just taking the skin off first. And then the skin itself will serve as the veins. So I don't want to take it all off. I just want to take a circle. And then we choose very carefully our negative space around the iris. Well, I'll just go ahead and set that there. Working in a circle. Actually, a lot harder than you'd think because there is, like wood, a natural grain on a pumpkin. Let's figure that one out. That circle there. That's the most important part. Everything after that is going to be not so bad. But now it's a question of how thin can we make that layer. And you don't want to do that without a guide. And the guide is your light. So we can now see just a hint of the light coming through there. And it will get stronger as I work on this. First things first though. Putting that pumpkin out. I'm nervous. I don't want him burning the house down.
I found a recipe that is pumpkin chickpea stew.
Ooh.
With greens like kale or chard or whatever, and turmeric and oh my god, it sounds amazing.
I love turmeric.
Me too, and it's really good for like this time of year. Or I think that would be great.
Sounds good, baby. Let's do it.
Yeah, and you know what? I can use the Instant Pot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
We both have a couple of cooking tools that we've had for quite some time and have never actually used. I have a bread maker, and I really want to use it. I just haven't for some reason. Not entirely sure why. It's weird. Smells like a birthday cake in here. It's funny how candles, just that scent, can do stuff to you. Okay, you're really starting to see the light come through now. And especially if I turn off the lights. Turn off all the lights. See what I'm saying? Spookums. So now what I gotta do essentially is work it to be as thin as I can without puncturing. Because if you puncture, there's no structure to hold it up. And then I need to pick where I want my veins, because I need to have these veins that go all around the thing. So what I should do essentially is sort of perforate where I want the veins to be, and then leave sections next to them. So if I want... Is that a puppy?
She is fascinated with the smell of the pumpkin pulp.
Is that some kind of puppy?
Yeah.
Are you interested in the pumpkins?
Every time I've been...
Very curious about the pumpkins?
Every time I've been transferring
sweetie.
the pulp from the bowl into
Do you want to come up here?
She comes over and just sits there and
Tolly
stares
puppy.
at me.
Tolly puppy, come here. Up, up, up. Up, up, up. You can do it. Up, up, up. There's a
What
puppy.
good paw.
Hey Siri, bright. Hey Siri, bright.
No.
Bright.
Jeez Louise.
You dumb bitch. Come on. Come on up. Up, up. You can do it. Come on, puppy.
Aw.
That's my good puppy. There we go. Gotta have some bright lights to even see this puppy.
I know,
She's invisible in a dark room. When we go, like, if she goes to bed before us, she goes and lies down in bed. I go into the bedroom, and I do not even know she's in there. And then I turn the light on, and I go, oh, there's a puppy! It's a big surprise. Every time we get a puppy.
I'm very happy.
Every time we get a puppy. Okay, off. There you go. Good girl. Hey Siri, spookums. Good, okay. Less than that time. That's a plus. Alright, so veins will come along like that. And I want to try to make them nice and thin. So I kind of want to like I said, I want to pre-perforate the surface. Around them. And then veins don't just come in one at a time. There's usually 2 or 3 of them kind of like branching, almost like a tree or a root system or something like that. So I want to kind of have these veins have branches, so to speak. So I'm gonna cut down the center of this one. Okay, and then for every vein that I have coming in here, I want it to go out a good long ways towards the edge. So I need to find a way to make it again with the grain. Cut in there, okay. And then just cut the space in between it. So I'm making the marks that you see down here, but then I'm cutting the space out in the middle. And that is probably going to be the biggest pain in the butt about this pumpkin. Because I'm probably going to accidentally cut into those veins at some point. Creating gaps and mistakes and such around them. But at least for now, thus far, I haven't intersected one. I think once you've made a cut, it creates a channel for this thing to slip into, and it becomes a little hard for it to accidentally cut into the areas that you don't want it to cut into. So it kind of helps you create a control, like a track. Should fairly quickly become apparent to anybody who looks at this thing. They should know what they're looking at once we get it out far enough. Should just scream, "Hey, that's an eyeball." But we'll see. It is tiring, man. I'll tell you that. So, have any of you got anything cool planned for Halloween? Is anybody going to like a Halloween party, or you guys just staying in watching horror movies, or? Limited a little bit by circumstance. Maybe there's something you'd like to be doing, but probably not going to happen this year. Okay, so you can see that it's really starting to show through, and that vein is really quite pronounced there. I dress the house up and enjoy the looks on all the kids' faces when they call around. See, I would love to be able to do that. I used to live in a house 4 houses up the street from my brother and his wife and their 4 children. And I loved being Uncle Pat. It's right up the street. They could come visit me anytime they wanted to. And, some of the light there got knocked over. The candle fell over. It'll pick up again in a minute. And every year the kids would come around in their little Halloween costumes, and it was fun. At the apartment complex, that doesn't really happen, which is a shame, but it's also not the end of the world. And I know that someday I will get to live in a house again, and that will come with its own set of unique possibilities. So it's something I look forward to. It's not as big in the UK. I know it's also not as big in Norway, but it's growing. And Indigo and I are absolutely planning on moving to Norway, so perhaps we will bring some of the Halloween festivity with us when we do so. The neighborhood kids will go, hey, we know that house. Those are the Americans. Those are the ones who love Halloween. They'll give us candy. All we gotta do is show up and be spooky. And we'll go, you're damn right, kid! You better be spooky. They'll be like, whoa. Settle down, American guys. I took on an urgent captioning job. I'd love to have the kids at the door asking for treats, but I live above a workshop, so maybe nobody will come. We'll have some candy just in case, though. Nice. Well, I hope you get to. She's like, but Papa's doing something right now.
Yes,
He's not really playing with me. It's a win-win. If no kids come, you have the candy. That's true. That's true.
That is so true.
So either you get the kids to come and you get to see that and have a fun time with it, or you've got Halloween candy to console you. So it's yeah, you're good either way. It's coming along.
Oh, cool.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah.
We'll see. Tony's like,
Yeah, she sounds a bit like a little monkey.
monkey noises.
I'm thinking almost of getting like Indian food or something.
You want to get Indian food?
I love Indian food.
Will you get me some?
Yeah. I know it's only like $3.40 or something like that. But I'm hungry, so.
It's fair.
But I'll get a couple different dishes. And
Okay.
we can try them.
Sounds like a plan.
So,
Ta-da! Thank you, baby. Try to make the effort. Halloween is my thing, and the missus does Christmas. I can't deal with Christmas lights. Untangling them drives me mad. Oh, you know what's funny? Is I actually kind of like the Christmas light untangling thing. I don't know why. It's a fun puzzle. When we go over to Indigo's for Christmas, they have these long garland strings for the tree, and it's like beads, you know. And everybody's always like, "Oh God, these are so hard to get untangled," and I'm just like, like just working away on it. It's like a puzzle. I don't know. I'm weird like that. But everybody's got their own thing. Some folks really enjoy Easter. And I'm just like, whatever. It's just never really been, you know, the holiday that really impresses me. Valentine's Day? Fuck you. It's just, it's not my cup of tea. Oh, I had them, I put them away tidy every year, but it always comes out of knots. A puzzler. Laura, are you a puzzler? It's probably a lifetime of those experiences telling me that I should be into knitting, and yet for some reason still I'm not. But, you know what? All in good time, my friends. We'll see where the road takes us. And yes, it does not matter how well you cable manage. When you open the drawer, all is for naught. That is the way of the drawer. That is the way of the basement bin. It cannot preserve your efforts. It seeks to undermine them. That is the way of things. It is the natural order. Wow, I'll tell you what. This here pumpkin project is this is a lot more work than that last guy. This is time consuming and tiring and all of those other things that start with T. But you can go ahead and tell me that it isn't starting to shape up, but I'm pretty sure it's starting to shape up. Like it's definitely showing the plan is coming together. I do not know how long this thing will hold once it's made. I think it's going to fall apart after just a few hours into goo. That's my theory. I have grave concerns. Grave concerns. The most appropriate kind to have around Halloween. Let's get this thing a little bit widened down. There we go. Don't you fall over, Mr. Candle. Soon enough, you shall see exactly what I'm driving at here, though, because we're getting there. Yes, sir, we are making real progress. Okay, good, good, good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on, thin down. Just about. Okay. You can clearly see eye all along that side there, and then just veins just coming in. It's like a brighter shade that's coming through there. And we're just going to carry that same concept forward throughout. Once you get to a certain depth with these cuts, the membrane really starts to thin, and then it really starts to form into, you know, what you're planning. The skin, getting through the skin is tough. And in some places you need a little bit of help. This scoop that I've got here has like a nice kind of sharper edge in one corner. This hoop guy, this thing is really good for pulling out large portions and uniform edges. This guy, boy, this guy, which is basically like a little spoon. Yeah. There you go. Each corner of that spoon can be used to pull through like these thin spots between the veins, and that really helps because I can't get the hoop through there without tearing off the skin that I want there for the vein. But this hoop guy really helps me get around those edges. The fact that it's kind of spoon shaped is perfect, actually. Get in here, I'll do that. Perfect. This is where you start needing paper towels because you've got so much pumpkin pulp that you almost can't tell the difference. But you can see that line that I just did right through here. That's because I had this little guy here. This is really starting to work. I'm learning as I go. I still have some memory of doing some of this stuff last year, which is why I knew I wanted these two tools. But it's like I forgot. It's a real eye-opener. Oh my lord. You'll fit in just fine with this crowd, I'll tell you that. Oh my, we've got plenty of pun fans up in this chat. Shame Nye Guy seems to have left because he enjoys them. And if Hank Knott shows up, that would be fantastic. I love Hank Knott, but he's in the military. He's in Air Force training in Norway right now, so he's probably not likely to show up, which is a shame. But he would have loved them. And of course, Lynn is a literal linguist, so... I feel like this is the same few songs over and over again. I feel like I've heard this one before. Switch this one. Okay. Check that out. I think it is really starting to shape up. The whole right side of this eyeball is really starting to glow. It is starting to look like the Eye of Sauron. The way that it's glowing, it's like... Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna start working on the iris because I've been doing a lot of stuff on the sclera for a long time, and I want to get in here and get the center of the eye just oh so right. So I'm going to use this guy very carefully. I'm making myself nervous here. This is like when you get to that part in a video game where it's like a jump puzzle, and if you screw up the jump puzzle, you have to start it all over. It's like I've got this nice circular iris at the center, and I really don't want to screw that up. But I need to clearly articulate where the pupil is versus the iris, and there we go. I'll get it. It's just going to take a few. And I want to keep this one at less of a depth. You don't want to cut as deep on this as you do on the sclera, because the sclera should be lighter. The iris is a darker portion of the eye that contains the color and all the little flecks and weird things. But it isn't like the whites of your eye. As it shouldn't be. This could be a part that this guy's useful for. Concentrating. Nope. I need this guy. I found that if I cut into the surface and then I wiggle the blade like that, I can move along a track until I've done a complete circle. There is a horrible tiny dog yapping downstairs. Well, that's unacceptable. I don't want a horrible tiny dog yapping downstairs. One of the great things about our dog is that she doesn't yap. She's very, very quiet. And I feel like if the people downstairs decided to get some dogs that are yappy dogs, they may have chosen poorly. But that will be reported. I'm glad I don't hear it. But I'm sorry that you do. Okay. There we go. Good. And then right here, I want one of the only parts that goes all the way through to be this hole here. And then just a little hint of a line here. Just like a reflection, almost. My sister-in-law has 4 tiny dogs next door, and 3 of them are super yapping when she lets them out. Luckily, she didn't leave them out when they... Well, that's good. I'm hoping this dog is just visiting. We had some folks who lived downstairs, directly downstairs from us, whose father came to visit, and he brought his tiny yappy dogs with him, and it was a temporary thing. And that was much better than having them actually live down there. But then, rather unfortunately, he just kept coming to visit weekend after weekend after weekend, sometimes for 2 weeks at a time. So we just had yappy dogs under us all day, every day, and that was a problem for us. And now those people have moved out, along with their 2-year-old who's in a screaming phase right now. And frankly, those neighbors were actually lovely people. I really liked them. I just didn't like the yapping dogs. And I could do without the screaming, but I get it. The terrible twos are not your choice. You didn't make your baby do that. There's not exactly any real stopping it. But if those dogs lived downstairs and weren't merely visiting, I would have been speaking a little bit more sternly with those neighbors, because I'm sorry, but you are responsible for that. The dog doesn't know any better. You need to teach the dog not to do that. And if that is simply the nature of the dog, then that dog doesn't need to live in an apartment complex, now does it? You need to be looking elsewhere, because it is not acceptable for you to have a dog that just sits there and goes "Arr, arr, 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 arr," all day. That's not okay. I don't have all the answers about what to do. I don't know how to help you with that situation. I just know that I have a right to not be miserable 24 hours a day. So I'm making it your problem, not mine. Because it is your problem. It's not my problem. You've done this. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. And cold-hearted? Yes. Do I have neurological problems? Yes. Will that fry me into a state of constant burnout? Yes. I cannot live like that. So that's where we're at. I noticed this dog yapping the other day. I'm hoping it's just visiting. But if it is a regular thing, we are going to have a conversation. An uncomfortable one. I don't like being confrontational. It's not my thing. In fact, it's precisely that dislike of conflict that leads me to feel super uncomfortable when your dog is constantly yapping like that. It makes me feel tense and anxious. Uh-oh, we've just had our first issue. Right here, there is actually a hole. I did not do that intentionally. It just got a little too thin there. So that is the danger of doing this kind of pumpkin carving. Dogs should only bark to alert you, not non-stop. That's how my dogs were trained. Yeah, and honestly, I don't have a problem if your dog barks when the doorbell rings, or when someone knocks at the door, that's fine. If your dog barks to alert you every time someone walks by the window, you might need to work with your dog. And I'm a firm believer that, like, if you're gonna have a dog, you're responsible for, like, properly caring for it. Like, you need to give it good food, you need to give it the health care it needs, you need to, there's a lot of obligations that come with a dog, and one of them is training. Like, we've done a lot of work with Tali to get her to be less afraid of other dogs, because it's not fair to her to live her entire fucking life scared of every dog that she sees. That's cruel. So we're working to help her get less anxious. If I had a dog that ran and barked at, we see some of this when I'm walking through the neighborhood with her, and I see dogs that run up and slam against the window and because they see a dog walking by. That's not fair for that dog to be living that way. That dog is not happy like that. That dog is tense and angry and scared all of the time. Help your dog. That's just where I'm at. I have fairly strong opinions on animal care. Most of those opinions are based in some sort of fact. Duh. Almost dropped it. Wow, man. I feel like I'm gonna need to blow the candle out. I'm gonna need to flip this thing upside down to do these portions on the bottom. I should never fumble his tool on stream. Oh boy. Not exactly what I was going for. Alright, you're upside down. And you're on the pumpkin. Can you stay lit? Do you have enough oxygen? I don't know. We'll find out. Find out if this even works. Thankfully, candles don't actually need, like, a lot of air. They just need enough. Just enough to get the job done. Speaking of fumbling with your tool, just enough to get the job done. I just got an email for dogs that bark too much. Who's out there listening, guys? Never gotten that email before. I get a lot of junk on a regular basis. Never gotten an email suggesting that I should worry about how much my dog is barking before. That's all new. Yeah, I've absolutely I've put the candle out. The candle is out. from this being upside down. So yeah, I very well could have created a vacuum and made it so that the pumpkin is literally stuck to the table. I don't know. It turns out that the real Halloween Horror Show was targeted marketing. Targeted advertisements and listening devices in your home. I am broadcasting live on stream for the purposes of trying to entertain and to have a creative outlet, and instead they're trying to sell me shit. Except they don't know how to listen, and this is why, babe, I keep telling you, you're scared of AI replacing you. It can't even do its fucking job. I was talking about how somebody else's dog barks too much, and it's trying to sell me a remedy for that. I literally said one of the things I love about our dog is that she's quiet and she doesn't bark. It's not listening to me. It's hearing me. It's pretending to listen. It's like a bad conversational partner. It's hilarious and sad is what it is. How desperate these people are. They've figured out that there's an entire generation of people out there who don't want to buy their crap anymore. And they're terrified. And they should be. Somebody out there is watching and just going like, Pat, that is not how you handle a knife, dude. Oh my god. To which I say, no, that's not how you handle a knife. It's how I handle a knife all the time. Let's get some air in there, huh? There we go. Maybe if I had like a little stopper. A little something holding this guy up. There you go. A little light in there. Yeah, my cousin one Christmas Eve was talking about gambling and going to the casino after leaving the party. Next day, I was the one getting ads telling where I... Oh my god. Fantastic. You can get ads for to help your gambling problem. You know, it's kind of funny how... those are all over. Any advertisement for gambling also has to tell you about if you have a gambling problem, here's where you can get help. Hey, come gamble with us. Unless you've got a gambling problem, in which case this is where you can get help. We really do care, though. 100%. Please do come gamble with us. But we're veering dangerously into Pat gets political and angry territory, and this is a light-hearted stream about carving pumpkins and having Halloween fun. So I'm gonna try to legally have to add resources for gambling. Oh, I know they do. Because they know what they're doing is creating a problem. And yet they're doing it anyway. Like I said, I'm going to try to be good. I'm going to try to just have fun on my stream. Let's all just have a fun time. Let's all just talk about things we like. So what is everybody's favorite horror movie of all time? Site, and we had to post the info every 30 minutes or so. Yeah, that sounds about right. That makes sense. Straight up horror, or does that include horror comedy? I'm going to allow a horror comedy. Also, I'm not going to say that this has to be your favorite horror movie because it's a good horror movie. It can be crap. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with loving a crap horror movie. I love several. Dead Alive, fantastic. I kick ass for the Lord. Oh, I knew what you were talking about, my friend. Don't you worry, I know what Peter Jackson did before he got all Lord of the Ringsy. Speaking of crap horror movies and horror comedies, I love The Frighteners. It's a fantastic little movie. Tucker and Dale is great. It's got major Cabin in the Woods energy, and when I say that, what I mean is that it's very, very aware of the genre. It knows how to properly reference it. It knows how to poke fun at its tropes. I think Tucker and Dale is a much sillier, much funnier movie than Cabin in the Woods. But both were made by people who clearly love the horror genre and wanted to poke fun at it. In that regard, Shaun of the Dead would be another absolute classic. Shaun of the Dead is one of the best horror comedies of all time, in my opinion. And it's because, in addition to being a comedy, it 100% gets the genre right. They don't have to make any jokes in that movie, and it works as a zombie movie. It's a perfect zombie movie. There are few movies out there that get the zombie genre better than that movie, and yet at the exact same time, it's hysterical. And there's a lot of zombie movies out there, many of which are shit, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, and Transylvania 65000 count. I don't know if they count as horror movies, but they're horror themed, so I'm like, yeah, absolutely. Like, I love those movies. They're great Halloween movies, but I wouldn't qualify them as horror movies. All right, let's veer out of horror comedy for a moment and just go straight horror. What is everybody's favorite horror film of all time? Len, have you not seen a lot of horror movies? I did not realize that. I thought with your youthful goth leanings, you'd be an aficionado. Nightmare on Elm Street. That's... See, now we're getting into blurry territory again. Like, the first one, I would say yes. That's straight horror. Is it good horror? No, it's a little absurd and it's a little silly, but it is a straight horror film. The further you get into Nightmare on Elm Street as a series, the more deliberately campy it becomes, and the more angry, actually, the creator gets about it, because he hired Robert Englund to play Freddy, and then Robert Englund became Freddy. And Wes Craven got really, really pissed that the character was being, like, that silly. Because I know Wes Craven actually really planned on it being, like, a legit horror film. The Shining and The Exorcist. You know, I've never actually seen The Exorcist, if you can believe that. I've seen The Shining, and I like it. It's actually disturbing on a number of levels. There's, instead of just being like a straight horror film, like, I'm going to get you, you know, there's all this, like, creepy sex stuff in there, and I don't know, it's weird. It's a weird little movie. But I never did see The Shining. But I never did see The Exorcist. So I don't know if I would like that one or not. I was too afraid to see it when I was younger, and then I just never got around to it. Okay. I think... Yep, that's looking pretty good. Okay, I want to get you guys up to speed on what I'm doing here, because it's coming along pretty good. Don't burn your hand, Pat. So the bottom is starting to come in too. We're getting all sides here. Wait, which one with Tim Curry? Oh, It. Okay. Well, you said I love it. I was like, which one? Oh. The Zelda I feel. Well, I guess maybe that's what it'll end up as. I don't know. I'm just kind of rolling with it as it goes, seeing how it comes along. But it's starting to turn into something. I've been swimming in raw sewage. I love it. I love it. That is not a horror movie. That does not... We've strayed into a strange territory here, Laura. Seeing how it comes along. Oh, Jesus God. I don't know how to live with... I didn't even intentionally make that pun. That just... You made that pun for me. You've taken the control away from me, and I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know how to deal with it at all. Get your finger right out of the way of that there blade, Pat. Okay, let's get this guy down to here. Good. I'm gonna get this guy up to here. Good. Alright. Now we can start pulling this stuff out and making the negative space. like 5 or 10 top horror movies, you can't really choose a favorite. Well, you already did. It's The Thing, and I know that that's your favorite because you've repeatedly said that it's your favorite. But you're allowed to have a list of 5 or 10 or whatever. That's okay, and I would love to hear the top 5 or 10 that you think belong up there. I'm curious. If I had to pick an absolute favorite horror movie, which you'll notice I haven't named one yet. I've been deliberately vague. I didn't want to play my hand too early, you see. But I would put The Thing up there. The Thing would be in my top 10 for sure. Stephen King's It, the original, the one with Tim Curry, has a special place in my heart. Not because I think it's a particularly good horror movie. In fact, in retrospect, it's a particularly bad horror movie. But because it scared me so bad when I was a kid, and because watching it again as a grown-up and realizing it's not scary at all, helped me to move past those fears and to embrace horror as a genre. Stephen King's It, the 1990 television miniseries starring John Ritter, gets a spot on my top 10 horror movies. Evil Dead 2 is phenomenal, and would definitely go in my top 10 as well. Event Horizon, I literally can't watch again. I can't do it. That movie really fucked me up. I'm not saying it's bad. It's good. It's a very good horror movie. But it is one of those movies that I think really messed with a lot of people. It'll be in their list of horror movies that stuck with them for the rest of their lives. Because it messes with your head, and it's brilliantly upsetting, and Sam Neill is fucking great. That's bottom line. There's no getting around. There's just a lot of good things, and then of course it spawned the parody by Alistair Beckett King, where it's like Captain Lane is eating his own face, right in the middle of Buckaroo, a game of Buckaroo. All that's left is for me to burn the bodies and leave tidbits of this message about the ship, and then possibly send out a warning beacon in Latin. That whole bit. If you haven't seen it, fucking look up science fiction eats his own face. Alistair Beckett King is one of my favorite internet comedians. He may be my favorite comedian going at the moment. But I digress. Event Horizon's fucking upsetting. The Mist is good. The Mist is very good. Bone Tomahawk. The new version of Color Out of Space is fun. I don't know if I'd put it in my favorite horror movies. I'd have to watch it again. But the Color Out of Space with Nicolas Cage in it is very upsetting in a number of places, and you get every ounce of Nicolas Cage. Every last drop of Nicolas Cage is in that movie. Do you want crazy Nicolas Cage? We got it. Do you want yuppie Nicolas Cage? Okay. Do you want a sympathetic character who's actually probably kind of a nice dad Nicolas Cage? Sure. Why not? Throw it in there. He just runs the gamut. Do you want weird obsession Nicolas Cage? Yes, he's obsessed with alpacas. Fucking terrific. Annihilation has a scene in it which I consider to be one of the better horror concepts I've ever seen. And if you know what I'm talking about, if you've seen that movie, I don't want to spoil it for you if you haven't, but it involves a bear, and I'll just say that.
Honestly, I think the Revenant in some places can be considered horror.
Oh yeah.
Speaking of bear attacks.
That's not horror. That's just just real awful is what that is. That's
Well, I
just...
mean, life is horror.
No, I'm kidding. Why is it real awful? Get it?
Uh-huh, gotcha.
Because it's real life.
Go see your friend.
I'm feeling a little bad about how this eye has become like the entire stream. Jesus Christ. I mean, I get it. I only have one more pumpkin, so I guess it's good that it should last a while. But I just kind of feel like I wasn't expecting for this eye to become as big of a thing as it has become. Captain Lane is eating his own face. Just right off in the middle of a game of Buckaroo. What is Buckaroo? I've got at least 2 people from the UK on stream right now. I need to know. How do you play Buckaroo? Coming along. So it's a plastic doll. Okay. All right. Keep going. I'm with you. And it's spring-loaded, and you load it up until it bucks. You load it up with what? Like it's a pack mule, and you're putting bags on it? Okay, so you take turns putting bags on it, and whoever puts one bag too many on it, it bucks and they lose? Who wins? How's... Pots, pans, ropes. Okay. Alright, I got it. It's referenced in an episode of Father Ted, where Ted is hurting for intellectual stimulation, and Dougal wants to play a game, and he's like, "What should we play, Ted? Chess or Buckaroo?" And and he's like, "I don't know, Dougal, you pick." And Dougal says, "I think just this once I might like to play some chess." And Ted gets all excited. He's like, "Really?" And Dougal goes, "No, Buckaroo." And I didn't... Like, I got the joke. Like, obviously it's just based on the name. Like, it must be some sort of childish game. It's not going to be intellectually stimulating like chess is. But I had no idea what Buckaroo was. And then it shows up in that Alistair Beckett King comedy routine, and I'm like, what is it with this game? Like, we don't have Buckaroo in America. I've never heard of it before. Which strikes me as hilarious because it's got a fucking donkey in it. You'd think it'd be like Old West style. Like, you'd think that would be a thing over here. Nope. We got the opposite. It's Rattle Me Bones. And Rattle Me Bones is a game where there's a whole bunch of shit on a pirate's skeleton on a pirate's steering wheel. And you try to take that stuff off. And if you're not careful enough, then he goes, ah, and shakes all over, and all of the stuff flies all over the place. So it's not putting things on, it's taking them off, and it's a pirate skeleton. Now, given the fact that the English have a fantastic seafaring tradition going back centuries, and piracy was a very genuine problem for them, and the East India Company regularly branded pirates, I would think that Rattle Me Bones would be the British game and Buckaroo would be the American game. But no! I don't know what to believe anymore! So, that's why I'm upset. Rattle Me Bones or Buckaroo? The fact that they aren't swapped. It's weirding me out. But whatevs, dude. Rattle Me Bones is a fine fucking game. I played that a lot as a kid. And now to switch topics arbitrarily, I want to point out that I have been streaming for 2.5 hours at this point, and my computer has not had a single issue. Now, when this stream is over, I'm going to reinstall Steam, and I'm going to try to download some games. And I'm real worried about that, guys. Because the last time I tried to do that, my computer froze up so bad that I couldn't even use my mouse. So I don't know what's going on with the current release of Steam. But I'm here to tell you there might be a problem. I may have downloaded 2 new Sims docs just now. There. Oh God. Let's see here. All right. I mean, it's definitely getting there. And it's definitely an eye, right? Like, it's obviously an eye. I'm hoping the neighbors will see it and they'll be like, that's an eye. I know an eye when I see one. That right there, that's one hell of an eye. Put it out on the porch tonight. Neighbors will be like, what the hell is that? And I'll be like, you uncultured swine! You do not recognize the eyeball? The eyeball? I assumed you meant to refer to DLCs and not docs. It would be weird if you were downloading a whole bunch of documents related to The Sims. It wouldn't be the strangest thing you'd ever done, but it would be unusual. I based this entire weird eye off of that movie from Best of the Worst, where the eye is a sex pest. You know what I'm talking about? It was made by the same guy who made D.B. Cooper versus Bigfoot. You know that movie is available to stream free on Amazon Prime right now. The Eye one. Think of all the fun you can have. It's called like The Giant Eye. I can't even remember what it's called. It's a trash movie by some pervert who's like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if eyes could impregnate people with other eyes? It's awful. Shameless. Alright, I'm so close to done with this thing I can taste it. That's probably just all the pumpkin in the air. Come on, keep on. Come on then. Why did I turn into John Hammond? I don't know. Why did you turn into John Hammond? I don't know. The same reason I just scalded myself with hot wax. Because I think it's hot. Well, don't put that in there. Where's my lighter? Here's my lighter. There's my truck. My truck! Let's get you over here. Get you on there. And we get this thing right on here. There we go. Almost done with the giant eye. The giant eye project that's been with me for hours. I feel like this is all I've ever known how to do is make giant eyes out of pumpkin bodies. Pumpkin corpses. Downloadable content. Expansion packs. Yes. Indigo loves The Sims and has sank a remarkable number of hours into it, and has an impressive number of the DLCs or expansion packs for it. Vampires, werewolves, fairies, goblins. Alright, maybe no goblins. Alright. I'm almost done with the eye, but it is very, very important at this stage in the game, when you start to get toward the end, and you're frankly tired of doing something, don't get sloppy. Don't ruin all that work that you did, just because you're sick of it and you don't want to do it anymore. And perhaps more importantly than that, make sure that the next pumpkin you start is not one of these weird ones where you do the subtraction from the skin. Almost there. Almost. So close. I do love the sound effect in this of the far off crows cawing. That's cool. We get that around here. I don't know if that happens to you guys, but in my town there's a natural rook that occurs, and the crows in fall gather in the trees in such numbers that it looks as though the trees have leaves on them until they all depart at once. It's really quite spooky. For anybody familiar with the Syracuse area, I grew up on Onondaga Hill, and there are these creepy crabapple trees all over the place that have spikes on them. Very uncomfortable to walk through those areas. And it's those trees that get covered in all these crows. So you've got spikes and ravens as far as the eye can see. Okay. Oh, well, that's fun. Okay. Someone that came to visit you at work. I would enjoy that. All right. What is very clearly an eye, right? That's unquestionably an eye. Anybody who walks by is going to see that, and they're going to say, hey, that's a nice eye that guy carved, right? I'm pretty pleased with it. And the best part about it is that you really can't blow it out. You could try, but it's not going to happen. Wind gets crazy, it's still going to look like an eye. So I think that came out pretty damn good. Okay. Set this one over here. And I am going to take a momentary break. I'll be right back because before I reveal the final pumpkin, I believe it is time to do our annual Halloween beer review. So I'm going to try several different types of pumpkin flavored beer, and then I will tell you which one is the winner of the year. And the results may shock you. Keep it here, kids. I'll be right back. Okay, so we've got some beer, and I mean, actually quite a bit of beer. quite a bit more beer than I was really planning on doing. But we're gonna do it anyway because I'm doing tastes of these, and frankly, I've already done a number of them. We'll see. We'll see. I've already tried several of these, and I haven't tried all of them. So we'll find out. Man, there's. Damn, boy, that's a lot of beer. Okay, I will not be drinking all of this beer for the record. Did you? Really? Really? You just had to go and redeem a jar of Solo right before I... That's fine. It's fine. Where the hell is it? Where is my jar? I don't know where my jar is. So I'm just gonna have to improvise. No, seriously, I can't find my jar. I'm a little upset about that. No, it's over there. Where we go? Lose a jar. It's around here somewhere. I'm terribly sorry. I'm terribly sorry. I simply don't have the. I don't have it. I'm sorry. I don't know where it went. I'll find it after this stream, and then I'll be very sad. All right. So, like I said, I am not drinking all these beers. That's not going to happen. I am, however, cracking all of these beers and pouring some into a glass. Oh, that was a fighter. It's part of the stream where you see me get absolutely wrecked. Oh, that one looks better than it did last year. And last but not least, okay. All right. So the 5 contenders that you have before you go a little something like this. Number 1, Rohrbach Brewing Company's Great Pumpkin. That'd be this one right here. It is certainly in terms of coloration, it's the darkest. There's no getting around that. It also appears to have a little bit more haze than some of the others do. So there's a little something to that, something you should know about. Now the second one is I'll just show you the cans themselves. So the first one, Rohrbach's Great Pumpkin. Let's go ahead and take a taste of that, shall we? Oh, damn, that's good. That's a mighty good pumpkin. I might even go so far as to call that a great pumpkin. I would say that has a good pumpkin flavor, but it also has a good balance of spices. There's some nutmeg, perhaps a touch of cinnamon in there. There's definitely a hint of clove, but they're not overdoing the clove. A lot of people overdo the clove. You just need it there. You don't need it to be the star of the party. You want to hint at it. But that one right there is, I would say that is a very good one, and perhaps a contender. Hey, did you say I need water? I think I don't know what I'm doing, just because I've never drank water between beers before. All right, so that was the Great Pumpkin. Now we've got Ithaca's Country Pumpkin Pumpkin Ale. Don't really feel like you need the word pumpkin written twice there, but I don't know. Maybe that's how they do it, Ithaca. Smell-wise, not a whole lot. Oh, no. There's some nice country spices going on in there. A hint of pumpkin, but not excessive. Not excessive. Mostly beery and spicy. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so the first thing I noticed, number one, much more watery. This one here, this is a thicker body, a little hazy, a little fizzy when you drink it. This one, more water, gonna have more of a hydrating effect on the palate. This is almost like a summer ale mixed with pumpkin, which is, it's an odd choice. It's not a bad choice. It's just a little bit different. I've also noticed that there's a strong finish of honey on this one. Also not a bad idea. So I have no gripe with that. But the flavor itself is, I don't know, I guess because of the wateriness is a little more bland. But that touch of honey on the end is actually very pleasant. It's very enjoyable. I had high hopes because I like their graphic design. I think it's a cute little logo. Have a look at that there, Indigo. I think that's pretty darn cute. But frankly, I would place the Rohrbach Great Pumpkin ahead of it for the moment. Item number 3 in our list is the Saranac Pumpkin Ale. And Saranac, I got a love-hate relationship with these guys because I used to absolutely love Saranac beers. And I don't know what they've changed over the last few years or if I've changed over the last few years. But there's something different happening. And that's not to say that that's happened with the pumpkin Saranac Ale. It's just happened with a few of their others. Their winter stuff, a little bit on the weak side as of late. I've been disappointed with their Christmas offerings the last couple of years. Let's go ahead and give the Saranac a shot. Oh, I hope it hasn't skunked. It's either like some sort of IPA or it's been skunked, and that sucks. Let's try it again. Well, thankfully, it hasn't skunked. Regrettably, it is verging slightly into the territory of what I would call a pale ale. It's not an IPA, but it is sort of a pale ale flavor. It's more hoppy, less pumpkin-y, and frankly, it's a bit bland. If you're gonna do a pumpkin ale, I don't want you to verge into the Sam Adams territory where they've made it taste like pumpkin candy instead of beer, because that's saccharine and gross. It's not what you want. But the Saranac offering, on first sip at least, is a little plain. Okay, second sip, a little bit better. A little bit better. More credit due. In fact, let's go ahead and... Because, again, I've been real hard on Saranac lately, so I want to give these guys a fair shake. A little bit more of the pumpkin zest, a little zing in there, some sweeter spices. But again, it's because of the sort of bitterness of the ale, which should be there. With an ale, you should have some roasted notes, and it should have a slight bitterness to it. This is too much. It's too far into the ale territory and not far enough into the pumpkin territory for me to really even consider that a reasonable entry. Kind of jealous that I've not got the beer to taste along. You know what? I think actually you might have an idea there. Doing a beer tasting stream where I tell people with a good notice ahead of time, like here's the schedule for this month's beer tastings, so that people have a chance to actually try to go out and get them, and so that they can try them along. That would be fun. That would be really fun. Certainly if I were a bigger streamer, if I had a bigger audience than that, it would be likely that more people would be able to participate. I think it's a little tough, especially with you in the UK. Saranac is a local brewer. Ithaca is a local brewer. Brooklyn Brewing Company is not local, but they are largely distributed throughout the Northeast. Rohrbach is a local brewer. I'm pretty sure they're like Pennsylvania area. Can't exactly remember. Hang on a second. Bottled by the Brewing Company on Railroad Street, Rochester, New York. So I mean, they're close. All of this stuff is close, except for, and we'll get into it. But our next entry is Brooklyn Brewery's Post Road Pumpkin Ale. And Post Road was a favorite of mine when I was younger because it's spice forward instead of being... are you trying 5 different beers? Yes. Yes, I am. Am I going to drink all 5 of those beers? No. And I understand why you would be concerned about that. But I am trying 5 different beers. Well, of course you can try. Yes. Yes, 100 times yes. You got a feeling that's got a toffee note? All right, well, we'll give it a shot. We'll give it a shot because, again, it's spice forward and instead of pumpkin forward, which is an odd choice for a pumpkin ale. But it is a valid choice nonetheless. And actually, instead of drinking this water, I'm going to drink, it's going to sound weird, but ginger is what you use to cleanse the palate between sushi. So why wouldn't you do it here? It's ginger flavored seltzer. It's not real like ginger ale. Okay. Again, aroma's fantastic on this one. It smells like Thanksgiving. It smells like the old mill where you go to get your apples and your pumpkins and stuff. It smells like a country store. It smells like pie. It's I really do love the smell on Post Road. Okay, immediately, much like the, what was it, the country pumpkin? This one's very thin. It's very watery. And so while it's more thirst quenching, it's not what I'm looking for in a pumpkin ale. When I want a pumpkin ale, it's like I'm drinking a slice of pumpkin pie. I want it to be kind of thick. I want there to be a fizz and a zip on the tongue. This one's too watery for that. But the flavor profile on it is profoundly different than all 3 of these. Whereas the other one had kind of a honey finish. This one's almost bitter with cloves and spices. Cloves, cinnamon, nutmeg, maybe allspice. Probably heavy on the cloves and the nutmeg. And it comes out like a very muted note at the end. But while it's still roiling in your mouth, you're getting all of those spices and that sort of country store kind of feel. It's so bitter on the tail though, and the more of it you drink, it's cumulative, which I always say is a thing like you have to be concerned about. Is sipping a beer and finishing a beer are 2 entirely different things. And this one, I feel like it's a good first sip, and then the further you get into it, the harder it is. Now, I imagine if you get wrecked, that difficulty goes away. Because at least as far as my experience goes, the drunker you get, the easier high difficulty beers become. But that's not really where you want to be. Now, is it? Baby, you want to come try some of these? Okay. Incoming baby. obviously do be careful. You cannot be seen here. I'm touching this right now. It's not on camera. Okay. Indigo doesn't like being on camera. I'm a ham. She's not. That's just how it is.
Oh, this smells fantastic. So this is the Brooklyn Brewery.
That's the Post Road. You've had that one before.
Oh, have I?
Yep.
There's
the one.
almost a soy sauce smell to it.
A soy sauce smell?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you want. That's the Brooklyn. That's the one that we just tasted. Which was my reaction as well.
It's beer. I don't know. Like, it's just not anything remarkable, I guess.
It's a little too beery.
This one, I believe I just tried the other day.
The Saranac?
Or am I thinking of...
You're thinking of the
one.
Dogfish Head.
Okay. Saranac.
Saranac is different this year.
Kind of bready.
Mm-hmm.
Ever so slightly bitter, but not crazy. Yeah, that's just very bready to me. I don't know. Again, it's not anything too...
My main complaint with that one was a bit boring.
Yeah.
The Post Road, my issue is that it becomes too bitter as you keep going.
Gotcha.
It's very spice forward and it's a lot.
This one I believe.
This one we'll try at the same same time.
Which one? The pumpkin ale.
This is Dogfish Head's Pumpkin Ale, and Dogfish Head can do no wrong as far as I'm concerned.
That's much more nice, more exciting.
It's got the zip.
Still has like a breadiness to it.
Yeah, but it's pumpkin bread.
Yeah, pumpkin bread.
And it's got a zing. It's got a little. It's doing a little dance on your tongue.
It actually kind of tastes more like my grandma's zucchini bread. I know that sounds weird, but yeah.
Smell-wise, it's not appealing at all. Actually, it just smells like a regular beer. I'm not getting any spices or any pumpkin notes on this whatsoever. I'm just getting beer smell.
Right.
But the actual a flavor, the actual taste of it, you get a zip, you get a pumpkin, you don't get a lot of spices, and again, it's heavily overshadowed. Even though I was using this ginger flavored seltzer to try to mellow out in between the flavors, I'm still being overpowered by that Post Road. Yeah. I'm getting the bitterness and the spices on my tongue from there. I almost want to be like, it's like rake my tongue.
Well, there are tongue cleaners that you can get.
I don't know, or just go chew on some coffee grounds or something.
Yeah.
So I feel like it's defeating this.
Have some of the pumpkin. Just eat some of the pumpkin.
I'm not. Yeah, no, I don't think I'll be doing that.
That'd be a lot of fiber, I imagine.
Oh yes.
But
I actually think this is really nice. It's a nicely balanced, and you can see all the cuts on my hand. It's a nicely balanced pumpkin ale. It's beer and pumpkin. You're not being overpowered by one or the other. It's very much in the middle of the road, but I don't get a lot of spices.
No, it's not as spicy as I want it to be.
Yeah, it's not as much of a trip, and that's the thin orange line, baby. The thin orange line is, can I have more pumpkin flavor, but also not have it taste like some horrible sweet candy? Mm-hmm. I want you to push it as far as you can to the edge of that. But then don't fuck around and find out.
I want to try this Ithaca.
And that one doesn't do it. Try the Ithaca.
Have you already tried the other ones?
The Ithaca is right here.
Okay.
I've already tried it.
I love the smell of it. This one's a little bit thicker. Yeah, I like this one better. To me, I like it better because it's less hoppy.
A little thicker than the Post Road, a little bit sweeter. What else?
No, maple or something? Honey?
Would Brigid be pleased?
Right. Yes. I can taste honey.
There's a hint of honey in it, and I really like that. So in case it's not evident from our conversation,
the fact that it's also ale breed would also just be happy.
In case it's not evident from the nature of our conversation, obviously I'm the beer drinker. Indigo actually has a gluten intolerance. It's not gluten allergy. It's not celiac disease. She doesn't get horribly ill.
My body just can't process it the way it used to after I had my gallbladder out.
Yeah. So I'm more of a beer drinker, and frankly, she doesn't like the really bitter taste of a lot of different types of beer.
I think I prefer more like porters and like the darker, more roasty, toasty, chocolatey coffee kind of.
Which is fucking
styles.
hysterical because there's so many beer drinkers who can't handle that.
Oh, I love it.
But that's your bread and butter. But then when it gets into like Pilsner territory, you're like, ugh, what is this? Why am I drinking piss? And then you have like the opposite extreme where it gets into like the sweet and fruity and like Belgian styles.
Yeah.
You really dig those, and I'm like 100% all about those fucking Belgians right now.
I like spicy, definitely. When it has
like saisons and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
100%.
Okay, and then the last one, I believe I have tried this one.
The last one you've tried. No one can see.
Okay, so this is the Rohrbach Imperial Pumpkin Spice Ale.
Wheat beer is so nice, but triples and quads are so fucking good. Honestly, even doubles.
I think this one's my favorite out of all of them.
It's funny you should say that, baby, because Rohrbach this year has actually just beaten the crap out of the Atomic Pumpkin. You guys know how last year and the year before that, Atomic Pumpkin won hands down over every other beer that I tasted. And that is Atomic Pumpkin by New Belgium Brewing Company. It's even got their Voodoo Ranger character on the cover, even though technically it's not an IPA, so it's not a Voodoo Ranger beer. But I absolutely love the Atomic Pumpkin with just a hint of ghost pepper mixed into the brew. You get this burn in the back of your throat. So you get the cinnamon and then you get a burn. And it really feels like something special. And I love the Atomic Pumpkin. But they fucked it up this year. They made it just a little too far into the IPA territory. And I'm so fucking done with IPAs. I'm so tired of IPAs. What I want is a rich malt beer.
That's the kind of...
And ripe meat off the bone.
There's almost a balsamic quality to it.
There's a caramely flavor going on.
It's like there's balsamic and caramel in it, which is wild.
Yeah. There are multiple beers out there right now with the name Great Pumpkin on them. But as far as I'm concerned, the definitive pick is Rohrbach's Great Pumpkin. Because, honest to God, this is my favorite beer.
There's almost stone fruits in it as well.
This is the one I'll be finishing. The rest of these I really cannot handle that much beer, guys. I'm sorry.
Well, and to be honest, it's like, is it worth it? Like, is it worth
and that was
beer that's very mediocre?
Which is funny because if you'll remember it, that was the original title of my beer reviews. Is it worth it? Because every single one of these beers is going to have a deleterious effect upon my antidepressant's ability to keep me from feeling awful. So if I'm going to drink a beer, is it worth it? And in the case of Rohrbach's Great Pumpkin, the answer is abso-fucking-lutely.
And for me is it worth that and also my gluten intolerance?
Yeah.
I like a double whammy.
So, no, that's just a fantastic beer. I really I was surprised and delighted this year to find that I had a different favorite, and I think that's kind of the magic of pumpkin beer season is that it really does. Every year's recipe is going to be a little bit different. Everybody's going to get a different batch of pumpkins.
Yeah, that's true.
Some of them are going to be real good pumpkins, and some of them are going to be bitter or just goofy. Yeah. You know what I mean?
You're not working with like synthetic flavors.
Precisely.
And so you are kind of at the mercy of the harvest of like what the ingredients are like.
It's just like wine. It's like, did you have good grapes this year, or did you have grapes that you needed to get into the bottle to keep your business going?
Yeah.
And in this particular case, I think Rohrbach must have had a very good pumpkin harvest. And honestly, there's not too many events where I found a Rohrbach beer where they fucked up the beer. Like
maybe their quality assurance is better or something.
Maybe. They really do a good job with all of the beers that I've tasted from Rohrbach, which is funny because I had these brands that I got super invested in for a long time. Saranac, I was all about those guys, and they suck now. Sam Adams, I used to love a lot of Sam Adams beer. Nope. It's gone basic. I used to be really into New Belgium, and I still am. I like their alternative offerings. Their Voodoo Ranger line is all IPAs. And when I feel like having an IPA, which is very rarely these days, I'll grab a Voodoo Ranger any day because they make the best fucking IPAs out there. It's just not really my thing.
Yeah.
So there's one sour that I've had in recent days that I actually liked. And Indigo was surprised that I went out and bought it again. She was like, Did you buy a whole 6-pack of that weird beer? I'm like, yes, I did. And it takes me a while. It's not like, if I'm going to have a beer every night of the week, I'm going to have one of those one night. Like, sours are hard for me. It's not my major thing. I like my Scotch ales. I like my Belgians. I like my porters.
Barley
wine. Oh my god. Basically, if Gimli would want it, I want it. Like, that's my thing. Is beers that are just a little bit more full of life. I don't know.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm all about these days.
I think also texture-wise, I prefer like the thicker. I don't know. I know they're not as like refreshing, but I just like it.
I don't drink a beer for refreshment. I drink a water for refreshment. I drink a beer because I want to have flavors and stuff.
Well, and I can just have like a gin and tonic if I want like summery.
Yeah, if you want something refreshing, gin and tonic.
Or a mojito. Oh, love
all the way. Yeah. No, if you want a beer, you want something that's gonna, I don't know, almost fill you up a little bit.
Well, that's pretty much what beer has been historically.
Yeah, especially the Belgian stuff.
Yeah,
Monks, as Troy's Brewing will tell you, monks had fasting figured out.
Oh God, they must have gotten wrecked because they did.
Oh, I can drink a Guinness, all right, absolutely. Yes, sir. You pass me a pint of Guinness, I'll take that down. Yes, sir.
Yes.
That will fill you up. It's like drinking a loaf of pumpernickel. That's a loaf of bread that somebody strained some beer through a loaf of bread, and that's how Guinness was born.
Yeah,
no, it was actually
bread water,
some guys who were working at the Harp Brewing Company accidentally burned a batch, and that's how Guinness was born.
Oh, really? I actually didn't know that.
Yep, and they were like, "Oh shit, we're gonna get in trouble."
And then they tasted it.
When they tasted it, they were like, "Okay, well, we need to make sure that nobody else tastes this. We'll apologize for burning it, and then we'll quit." And then they started Guinness.
Seriously?
That's one legend of how I've heard it started.
Oh, it's a legend.
I don't know if that's that's the true story, but supposedly it was two guys who were working at Harp.
Yeah.
And they accidentally burned a batch.
I still want to learn how to make mead, and then I want to do.
I would love to make. You remember that mead we tried in Gudvangen?
Oh my god, it was so good. And again, talk about something that is so dependent on your harvest, on the bees and the honey and the flowers and everything.
Which is why it's so important that we save the bees.
Gotta save the bees.
Take care of the bees.
Love those bees. And I know in Oslo they have the Pollination Highway project thing, which I want to be a part of for sure. So
Oslo actually has a bee highway that goes across the rooftops of all of the different buildings through Oslo.
Tons of flowers everywhere, just all throughout the city. Tons of green space. We saw bees. I mean, it was more bees than I have seen.
Gone Mad Train says, I had some German mead. It was like rocket fuel.
Yeah.
The stuff we had was very smooth. Very, very sweet, very smooth, with just a hint of that alcohol zip.
It kind of made me think of ice wine, if you've ever had ice wine.
Yeah, I would say it was kind of like that.
It's like a dessert wine.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Or port.
This was...
It had a bit of a port kind of flavor.
Yeah, it had that sweetness, that sort of caramelized sweetness.
Kinda,
yeah, I would say if you ever have the good fortune of traveling to Norway and you happen to take a 6-hour bus ride out to Gudvangen to visit the Viking village that they have there, and Gudvangen is actually building a whole community around this thing. I mean, they've got restaurants and stuff.
And I mean, just the fjord itself is worth it.
The fjord is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been in my entire life.
There's just waterfalls all around you.
I was not mad that it was raining because it created this fog that crawled down from the mountains. It was breathtaking.
Yeah.
And right there, they make this mead. They don't even have a name for it. It's just the house mead.
Yeah.
And they won't sell you a bottle because they're using it in the restaurant. That's when you order mead, you get their mead. and it was the best meat I've ever had.
Yeah, and I think it's important too because you need to leave honey for the bees.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's important to like not promise.
Yeah, don't mass produce it.
You know what I mean? Like
No.
you take what you can get and then you leave behind.
Bring your own cup kind of meat, he says.
Yeah.
100%. Bring your own horn.
If they could fill me up a whole horn of that, I would be so happy. Because they only give you like...
It was served to us in a glass the size of this candle.
Yes.
It was a little glass.
But it was like nectar of the gods.
And it was just, so you just sipped on that for a good long while. It was fabulous.
Their restaurant should have been called Foodvangen.
Foodvangen. I would go back there in a heartbeat.
The food was really cool because it was like kind of like based on the kinds of foods that Vikings would have had. So like,
well, we would say the Norse, not Vikings, because as they will tell you in the Viking village, they're like, it's a bit of a misnomer because Vikings, that's an occupation. To go Viking.
The Viking age
is a verb. Let's call it the Norse of the Viking age.
Yes, there you go. But it was like very interesting meats, like cheek of.
Yeah, it was like beef cheeks.
Beef cheek, deer tenderloin, different fish, stuff like that, and then they would have berry sauces.
Yeah,
and lots of veggies, mushrooms, like. I don't know, it was just... And it was all, like, they would tell you where the meat came from, like, in the region and stuff. It was really cool.
Lynn says, I have a Viking center close to where I live, and I always become tempted to buy a drinking horn just for coffee.
Dude.
So
my God!
So I can use it daily.
Oh my God, that is brilliant. Now I need that.
She also, she says Foodvangen is nice.
Yes.
Come for the Vikings, stay for the food. Foodvangen.
Yeah.
That place was so cool. Where's my little horse?
Your little horse?
My little horseman.
Oh!
Is he up there? Do you see him?
I
think he's right next to... No, that's a...
I don't know.
So we play at Hnefatafl, which is the Norse version of chess. And Indigo and I... Can you check in... There's... In the backpack, there is a bag.
Okay.
And there was a set in there that was based on the Lewis chess set. So we're playing Hnefatafl with chess pieces, but they had the little knights on horseback. And so if you played as the white team, you were the knights, and if you played as the attacking team, you were playing as the pawns from the Lewis chess set. And so at the museum, I bought a Lewis chess set replica of the little horseman. And so that's a new thing for those who regularly watch the show know about my shelf. And that's a new item for the shelf. It's a little treasure from Gudvangen that I brought back with me as my little horseman. Anyway, now that we've had our beer, I think it's time that I bring out the star of the show. But I'm going to need to tidy up just a little bit before then because I really cannot afford to have this much beer and this many glasses just sitting around. So I'm gonna put you back on the Be Right Back screen, and then I will indeed be right back. So I'm not sure what to do here, because I got another pumpkin, but it's kind of big. Is a very tall boy. So I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. But this is going to be the last one for the night, I think. And we shan't be doing the shaving method on this one either. We'll just be doing a traditional pumpkin carving, I think. Would probably be the better way to do it. But yeah, this is the big boy. This is the one I've been hinting at. Because I bought this one special. My aunt actually runs a stand, a farm stand, and I find myself like kind of oddly angling myself around this one. She runs a farm stand. She also runs a farm, hence the stand, and therein can you buy pumpkins? And I saw this one and I was like, well, I have to get that. He's cool. Do Edward Munch the Scream? First of all, it's fun because, and it's Edward Munch. I know. I'm sorry. It's particularly funny because though I am huge on Norway and Norwegian history and tradition and so forth, I don't like that painting at all. I think it's awful. I get what he was going for, but it just doesn't work for me. This one I think is we could absolutely do like a big tall mouth. We could have somebody who's really like kind of going like oh like that and has the big tall mouth, or, and I'm just throwing this out there, we could do two heads on top of each other. That might be kind of fun. Or we could do some sort of weird The Thing reference with it, where the face is sort of stretched and bent and awful. I'm not really sure what I think I want to do with it, aside from for the oh dear, is the bottom rotting? Oh no, don't do this. You can't do this. Oh no, it's not right. That's just okay. Good. Okay, good. That's just this pulp that I had on the table. It got some on the bottom. These are just calluses. But in any case, I'm gonna need to. This is gonna get weird. I need to carve off the top. I'm not really sure how to do that without having it fly out at me. I guess we'll find out what happens. Oh, I should probably have the music back on, huh? Going to go elbow deep in that big boy. Yes, sir. Why don't we go with... I'm going to go with back to a different thing, and I'll say... Halloween music. No copyright. There we go. That's what I like to hear.
Looking for the best music for your videos?
Nah.
You should check out Ironfall.
Nah, I'm not gonna. And you can't make me. Free download, no copyright. Sweet. Alright. Oh, I know this one. Yeah, we listened to this last year. Oh, baby, that Indian food. I am catching that from all the way in here. It smells fantastic. It's making me wish my stream were over so I could go just slam some Indian food, but it'll be waiting for me when I'm done. Don't hurt yourself with the knife. What time? It is 5:22 p.m. over here. So just around the dinner hour for us. But that's alright. Like I said, it'll be waiting for me when I'm done with the stream. I'm gonna do one last scary pumpkin face before I call it a night. And we'll just have some more fun. And then when I finish, me and Indigo can chill out and just enjoy our evening together. It's one of the greatest pleasures in life. Just having a nice weekend together. Just being able to sit down and enjoy time with somebody who you love. Hey Siri, what? Here in my pocket. You're not gonna see it. Spookums. I think they're 6 hours behind my time, 5 hours behind UK time, but I'll let Narcloth confirm. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a 6-hour time difference from Norway. I know that much. I don't know about the UK. I think it's 5. But we're on Eastern time, EST. Is the time bracket? I don't know what you call it. Oh, go on. Big game. Oh, good lord. Okay, so it's quite late for you guys. Well, I mean, I don't suppose 10 o'clock is really all that late, but for some folks, if you've got work in the morning, it's late. And there is nobody here forcing you to stick around. You're more than welcome to go about your business. It is really nice to have you all here. It's a lot more fun to chat with people than it is to just carve pumpkins by myself. If I was going to do that, I might as well hang out with Indigo and, actually enjoy her company. But I do this streaming thing not so much because I'm hoping to make a great deal of money at it or anything like that. I do it because I like the company. It's fun interacting with other people, especially people from other places. And I think I find that the vast majority of my audience is actually from other countries, not my own. And that's cool. I think that I'm fortunate in that regard. Unfortunately, I'm not the biggest fan of the United States. I never really have been. I stopped reciting the Pledge of Allegiance when I was in 2nd grade. Which, yes, I know it's creepy as fuck that we do that to our children, but here we are. Hence, one of the reasons I have objections. I've just realized this light is still on above me, which is probably casting less than desirable. Look on the whole thing. So, I enjoy having folks come in from other countries to chat because I think they have fun stories, they have different opinions, they have different perspectives. And I think those things are all... Well, it's just neat. I mean, first of all, it's worth having other people's perspectives to begin with. It's worth stepping outside of your own little box, just so that you can do a better job of understanding things all around. But I think that it's also fun. It's just fun. The English have a great tradition in comedy of poking fun at other countries, and I have absolutely nothing against this practice. I think it is perfectly acceptable as long as it's done in a tongue-in-cheek fashion to have some jokes at the expense of your neighbors. You can play around like that. If you're being genuinely mean-spirited about it, then I'm not interested. But if you're just kind of playing around with your neighbors, the Norwegian counties do it. Yes, and I think that's also very important. Is you have to be able to poke fun at yourself if you're going to poke fun at others. If you're just being a jerk, I'm not into it. But if you're having fun, you're playing nice, then we're cool. And I dig that. And I think, you know, that's all part of it. It's not necessarily that you should branch out and hate where you're from. The grass is always greener, as one might say. But also, you shouldn't hate where other people's are from. You should just. Oh, for Christ's sake, this is going to be interlaced with ads and everything, isn't it? Alright, well, I'm not paying for you, so I guess we'll go back to Haunted Lo-Fi and listen to the same damn thing that we've listened to for the last 6 hours. Sorry about that, guys. I wasn't expecting them to keep advertising, but I guess, you know, it is YouTube after all. My overall point is, while I do criticize my home country a great deal, I also do see good things here in the United States. I just happen to think we're going through an interesting patch right now. I think it's fun to explore other perspectives. Fun and potentially immensely useful. I think people who get when you're willing to poke fun at yourself and you also poke fun at other people, I think anybody who gets too sensitive about that needs to chill. The important part is that you need to understand where the humor is coming from. Is it coming from a place of good intention, or is the person just being a jerk? Oh, I've seen the news. Seen the news about the UK. Recently set a record for the shortest duration of a prime minister, and well, all I can say is that I'm pleased that it was the Conservative Party. Fuck those people. I think if you can't just laugh at yourself sometimes, then what do you have? Yeah, agreed. And I think, you know, I take a look at the place that I want to move. The place I really like and I think is a cool country. And I say, you know, am I fooling myself? Am I convincing myself that it's this perfect place? And surely it must be better than where I'm at, and they've got everything figured out there. No, of course they haven't. Of course it's not perfect. Of course they make mistakes there, just like we do. And of course they have mean people there. Of course they've got... they've probably got awful people there. But... You know, nobody's... You go to any country in the world and you're going to find a mix of people. A mix of opinions and perspectives and such. I think that the thing I like about Norway is that it does seem to have this attitude of being able to poke fun at itself. It's a quirky country. A good sense of self-deprecating humor. Work in media, so I do follow the UK situation a bit. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what's happening in the UK right now is just wild. But it's the same thing that's happening in a bunch of places. We've had this bizarre turn in recent years where people seem to think populism and authoritarianism are going to be better somehow, and well, we've tried that. It didn't go well. So I don't think that's... Well, that's good. I'm glad things are getting a little bit better. I think it's just going to take some time. Everyone here is a bit fed up, and it's very polarized over here. You've got your left and your right, and there's very few center perspectives. It's mostly just left or right. And I think that both of them are manipulating people to some extent. But I can go ahead and share who I think is more manipulative if you'd like, or I can shut up about it. Because again, I'm trying not to delve too far into politics and polarize my audience. I'm not trying to turn people off. I don't want to bum people out. But I do think it's important to pay attention to what's going on and feel something about it. Try to address the issues if you can. Yeah, I've noticed that here as well. Something happened in the last couple of years. Something awful. I think a whole lot of people out there on both sides became disillusioned and said, I can't trust my neighbors. I can't trust the politicians. I can't trust my neighbors. I can't trust the police. I can't trust scientists. Whatever it was just everybody just decided they can't trust somebody. And ever since then, everybody's just been acting mad. I'm curious, in other countries, when I was over in Norway, because we were in Norway recently, I was in buses and trains and all of that stuff, traveling around the country, but I didn't get a real perspective on the roads, what driving is like over there, because of course we didn't do any driving. But over here in the United States, no one obeys the speed limits anymore. No one signals. No one gives any kind of courtesy to anybody else on the road, and instead they just do whatever the hell they feel like doing. And I mean, if it's 45 miles an hour, there are people who are doing 80. They just don't give a shit anymore. And the police, of course, aren't out there watching that situation. They are doing other things that usually result in innocent civilians dying. So we've got a lot of fun things like that going on. I'm curious, in the UK, has everyone just started cutting each other off and speeding and treating the road like Mad Max? Because it feels like fucking Mad Max over here when you drive. And I'm just driving to work, not going on a cross-country tour or anything. So odd. So it's just us. Well, of course. There's a whole culture over here surrounding pickup trucks, particularly white pickup trucks. I can't imagine what it is about the color white in these pickup trucks that's made them so aggressive. But there really does seem to be a whole culture around it, at least in my area. The White Van Man. Okay. Alright, so you've got something like that. Well, then, what about in your neck of the woods? Do you guys have a particular vehicle that you look out for because you know that person's likely to be more aggressive than anybody else on the road around them? Oh my god, this thing is... You're not kidding about elbow deep. My hand hurts. Yep. Okay, so you've got, that's right, you've got vans for builders over there. We've got pickup trucks over here for builders and for everyone else. That's a fun fact about the United States, is that pickup trucks are having record high sales over here for a couple of reasons. Number one, they are more aggressively marketed than any other vehicle on the road, and the reason for that is that there is a higher profit margin on selling a pickup truck than there is on selling a regular car or a van or anything else. A higher profit margin for selling a pickup for some reason. Don't know why. It's just our country, right? And as cowboy capitalists, we've decided that whatever makes us an extra buck is worth doing. So forget about environmentalism, forget about gas prices, and the gas prices are the steepest here they've been. I realize that's nothing compared to Europe, but here in America, folks are mad. And yet they keep buying pickup trucks, which are notoriously not fuel efficient. And they keep buying bigger and crazier ones. And it's not just actual builders and workers, it's just dudes and ladies who buy these big giant pickup trucks as a sign of how tough and rugged they are and their general lifestyle. Oh yeah, I'm country, so I drive a pickup. And that's just the way it is. I know these people. I see them on a daily basis. It's mind-boggling. Yes, that would be a sensible thing to do now, wouldn't it? They're more fuel efficient, they've got better emissions ratings, so of course everybody would want to buy them because they're cheaper and they're better in every way. Not here in the US, man. Not here in the US. Here in the US, it's all about macho. You gotta have a Jeep or an SUV. They don't call them SUVs anymore, they call them crossovers. I gotta have one of them. And when you drive one of them, you're bigger than the other cars, so you get to push them around on the road. This thing is so goddamn thick. The meat on this thing, there's so much. Pumpkin curry. I do well with a nice vindaloo. I'm like Dave from Red Dwarf. Burn my taste buds out. Some vindaloo. I'm like Dave Lister. Oh, well, certainly not as big as it is in England, I'm sure. I do, absolutely. I love my British comedies. Man's got a network named after him. He might as well be remembered. So many moments in that show. And I know it doesn't hold up very well at this point. You watch it and it's corny, but there's still moments where I find myself making jokes that Kat made. Indigo's trying to tell me about something cool that she found, and I go, "What is it?" And then she tells me what it is. I go, what is it? And then she tells me in simpler terms, and I go, what is it? It's just, oh man. It really was. It was something special. It was a special show. I just remember when I was a kid, they used to play Red Dwarf on public television over here, and that's how you got British comedy when I was a kid. Was you watch public television? They didn't do British comedy on the cable networks. They didn't think it was going to make any money. Public television wanted you to get you some fucking culture, so they were like, "We're going to show British shows," and then I had cousins who had the complete Blackadder and Father Ted and on VHS, like seriously, fans from the beginning. Really dumb now. Somehow the stream turned off and I was just responding to stuff on my Tron was saying and trying to piece it together. Oh, I'm sorry that the stream cut out on you. It is buggy. There's no getting around that. Okay. Wow, it's substantially darker in here than it was when I first started this stream. I might need to brighten things up a little bit. Hey Siri, bright. There we go. I think it's a little better. I haven't watched The Young Ones. I haven't watched that show. I know of it. I haven't watched it. So it's on my list. That one's that's very punk rock oriented, isn't it? It's like if somebody did a comedy version of Train Spotting. This is the vibe I got off of The Young Ones. Oh my god. Oh my god! I gotta. Oh god! It's everywhere. I gotta go. I gotta wash my hands. My OCD is going insane right now. Ach du Liebe! Okay, there we go. Good lord. Quite the project. I've decided that of the 5 that I just tried, since I've finished my Rohrbach, this Ithaca Country Pumpkin, I really like the hint of honey at the end. It's kind of gives it a little something special that you don't find elsewhere. Although I will say, Shipyard Brewing Company a couple of years ago made it's called Pumpkinhead. They do it every year, and I didn't actually like it that much, but I will say it had a honey profile, and I was like, why would you call it Pumpkinhead when it's honey flavored? What are you gonna do? Okay, so we've got our big giant pumpkin here, and it's got lots of character. It's a full-bodied pumpkin. Oh my god, Matryoshka doll. We could do a Matryoshka. I'm just saying. We could do again, just like a big, we could do like a horse, like a nightmare horse. All right, seeing a few. Lynn, what do you think? Matryoshka doll? You want to do a nightmare horse? Do you want to do somebody with a long mouth kind of going at us, like lots of teeth? Like a horrible spiral gaping maw? There's a lot of options with this head. Or Bert from Sesame Street. We could do Bert. Throwing it out there. Baby, what do you think? Baby! Baby, don't leave me now, baby! Indigo? Oh, hey, you're there. Yeah, I was saying, what do you think I should do with this big long pumpkin here? I could do, Matryoshka? Alright, but evil Matryoshka? Let's go, Matryoshka. Dun, 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 dun. Let's go, Matryoshka. Okay, we'll do an evil Matryoshka doll. That is exactly what I'll do. It'll have like it, because when I went like it's a full figured, I was like it should be like a gourd kind of thing. So I'm gonna do a Matryoshka doll, and I'll start by. I'm just going to do the outline at first, because obviously we need to work within that space. So I'm just going to do the outline of a Matryoshka doll. Do a little here. Evil style is cool. Okay. Do. People here are going to think it's a snowman. That's okay. They don't know any better. It's not their fault. Oh boy. Stabbed it twice. I stabbed it twice. I'm a little concerned now that I think about it that this will play into people's fear and anger at Russia. Hadn't thought about this from a political perspective, but people might think that I am anti-Russia. Which, admittedly, I'm anti-Vladimir Putin, but I'm not anti-Russia. Russian people are not well reflected by Vladimir Putin. And it's very clear that they are not happy with what's happening right now in Ukraine. There is a huge, huge number of people in Russia who are very, very upset at what is being perpetrated in Ukraine right now, and they would very much like for Vladimir Putin to suck it. So let's just be 100% clear on that. I like Russians. I don't like Vladimir Putin. There we go. Okay, glad I got that off my chest. Here's my idea for an evil style Matryoshka doll. Hey, welcome back. Oh, try not to stab yourself there, Pat. Does anybody here want to watch a snuff film? Yeah, I watched this American guy fucking kill himself on stream. He said he was carving pumpkins, but then he carved himself up like a fucking maniac. Okay, well, that's not coming out. Good, good, good. Oh, no, still need to get more of you out, huh? Okay. I can do that. I can do that. I can fix that. References to the movie Holes. There you go, kids. I hope you enjoy them. Come on, come on, come on out of there. There you go. Oh, there's a big old chunk right there. Okay, so you can see what I'm doing here is I'm cutting the outline of a figure eight shaped Matryoshka doll character into the pumpkin here. We're working on it. It's going to take a little time, but we'll get there. Nice and patient. Dun, dun, dun. Ding, dun, dun. So my idea for the evil Matryoshka doll character is that she's going to have like a horrible mouth. Like, she'll have like a circular mouth with a lot of teeth facing inward, right? And then in her belly will be another person. And they'll be like, ah! Like, they'll be really upset about it. That's my idea. Because a Matryoshka doll is a doll within a doll. You know what I mean? So, like, the whole concept here is it's something within something. But in this case, she ate him. She ate him right up. So let's roll with that. Actually, pretty pleased with that concept. As far as coming up with a horrifying concept on the spot, I feel like it did pretty good. It's going to be a cute whole thing, then layer it within the... Oh, yeah, I was going to get another pumpkin, and I was going to stuff it inside the pumpkin. Now, the people viewing the pumpkin from the outside would never know that it was there. And that's what's most chilling. No, I'm gonna... I think I'll try to draw the concept of something inside instead of actually having something inside of it. Could you come out of there, maybe? I don't know. It's weird, what we're doing right now, and I understand that it's weird. I get that. It's got to be a little bit difficult for you, but I need you to just go ahead and get right the fuck out of that hole, please. Please and thank you. It's not coming out? Can't get it out? Gotta get it out? Alright, there we go. Getting that right out of there. Good, good, good. Let's get this. Carved right out of here. Gotcha. Wow, it's surprisingly difficult to actually get like a good outline on this thing. Like I'm trying to get the guts out of there, and it just will not come out. Okay, Lynn, I don't blame you. I hope you have a good night. Sleep well. Good to see you too. Glad to have our new friend along too. I like when we get new members of the chat. Come on. Come on. I see you. You're slipping loose over here. Good. That's good. Good. Got it. Okay. There we go. Now it's starting to show. Open up. Good. Okay, so the edges are now clearly defined. Now it's time to make the horror, which involves two big circular eyes to match the big circular maw. I'm not sure that the Christmas jingling was absolutely necessary to add to that last horror tune. Okay, so we've got one eye, and soon we shall have another. But the second eye will be just a little bit different. Just enough to create a sense of concern. And I believe you'll see what I mean when you see it. That's going to be difficult to actually extract from there without breaking, so let's be very careful. And snap it in several places. There goes segment 1. Or no. No, segment 1 will not depart of its own volition. Perhaps if segment 2 goes, segment 1 will follow. Yes. There we go. Good. Segment 3 is posing similar difficulties. Segment 4 should go a little bit more easily. Oh my god. No. Segment 4 is really in there. Alright, segment 4, I'm going to need you to work with me. There you go. There you go. Segment 4 has come out. A big old chunk. feel like we might need the full knife here to really get this clear. Good. Segment 4 is free. And segment 5 is the last of it. Good. Okay. So, I2 is in fact a terrible spiral. I don't know how well that's going to hold up over time, but it is in fact a terrible spiral, and I'm kind of thrilled with that. And now, the maw. That's going to take some work to make that work. One of the main problems with this pumpkin is, again, it's so thick. From the outside to the inside walls is a great distance. And therefore, getting those chunks out of there, like just piercing into this thing, it's so fucking deep. I've inadvertently made an X-Files reference. I can't believe this. I'm giving this creature a Skolex. Like that's the plan for its mouth, is that it's going to have like teeth coming in from the outsides, like all in a circle. That is in the episode The Host of the X-Files. The creature is created by radioactivity and comes from a Russian submarine, or not a Russian submarine, but a Russian ship, at the very least. And it was like cultivated and grown in the septic system of that Russian ship after it visited Chernobyl or some. I don't know. I don't remember all of the details. But I have absolutely, without even thinking about it, I have combined Matryoshka doll with Skolex, and just instantly am like summoning up X-Files vibes, and I'm thrilled with myself for that, because that means that even my subconscious mind is just an X-Files fanatic. And frankly, it doesn't get any better than that. went back to watch it, but it didn't have the same feeling. I disagree. I disagree entirely. I go back to watch it on a regular basis, and I have the same feeling. It brings me right back to that stage in my youth. That whole trust no one vibe is working real good in the United States these days. Oh my god, it's so close. Alright, I need a candle in this one so that you can get the effect. And there's still a bunch of... My word. This one was really quite full of stuff. Such a big thing back in the day. Maybe you should play the video game on stream one day. I guess my first question would be, which one? Because there is one for the original PlayStation that is like a full motion video game and it's awful. Gaze upon its horrible maw and focus for some reason. Come on. Come on. Don't focus right in front of you. Focus back here. Come on. Back here. There you go. You can do it. It's awful, awful maw. The PS1 full motion one? It's so fucking goofy. I will have to check it out. I tried downloading a ROM of it for my emulator, and it was pretty broken. So that might have something to do with it. Come out of there. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. There we go. Okay. I gotta get this crud out of the mouth. It's like, I can't get it out of there. Oh my god. Thankfully, the teeth are nice and flexible, so that's a plus. No, don't break a tooth. Alright, there you go. You're hanging on by a thread, but you're there. There we go. Good. Stuff it back in from the front. That's basically what we got to do. Yeah, I did. And then the candle went out because it got smoldered by all the goo I'm throwing back down in here. Come on. Go on, you can do it. No, you really can't. You are covered in pumpkin shit. Okay, let's try this again. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Come in with a proper knife then. There we go. The Skolex is coming along. Don't set things on fire. Everybody just calm down. There we go. Alright, that's looking a bit better, yeah? Just got the horrible mouth, the crazy eye. Good. Now we just gotta work on the baby inside. It looks quite awful, honestly. It's a dreadful creature. I'm gonna give her outlines around that mouth as well, just to further accent it. So I need it quite clear what's going on there. That needs to be an awful mouth. Oh, come on. Just come on out of there. That's my main issue. My main issue with this one is that I will cut something out, but these tools themselves are not actually cutting deep enough to really retrieve it out of the pumpkin meat, because this particular pumpkin is so deep. It's got very thick meat. There we go. Good, good, good. Okay. So I'm trying to create lips. I want it to have lips, and I want them to be full pouting lips. come on out. Man. For every single thing that I try to do with this particular pumpkin, it is making me work for every win. Every bit that I extract. Hey Siri, spookums. There we go. I mean, that's what it looks like, right? It's got a skull X. Now all I need to do is create the little baby inside. The little baby, what she ate. Oh, it's a sweet little baby. Oh, she's fucking at it, hasn't she? I'm off for the night. Thanks for the stream. Catch you again 5 a.m. Start for me, or I would have stayed. Have a good night and enjoy your carving. Oh, thank you very much. Honestly, thank you. Thank you so much for showing up, for joining the stream. I had a lot of fun chatting with you. Hey Siri, bright. And I think I'll keep on streaming on the regular, and I hope you show up again. I'll look forward to seeing you. It was just nice chatting with you. But have a good sleep. Wait. Almost just sliced myself with a knife. That would have been fun. That would have been a good old time. Alright, you know what I need to do? I need to thin this thing down. There's no way I'm going to be able to carve this thing successfully if it continues to be the thickness that it's at. It's too much as it is. I think in some regards that thickness actually helped. Like when I was carving the spiral eye there, the spiral eye would have just snapped off like a twig. Hey, night guy, welcome back. I think that spiral eye would have snapped like a twig if I'd had it any thinner. But now that I'm getting down into needing to carve the details on the baby that this monster ate, I need thinner walls to get better definition. Ugh. My arm hurts. My bandage is covered in pumpkin. Ugh. This thing weighs about 1,000 tons. There we go. Alright. And it is leaking wretched goo from all around its belly. Ow, actually. What the fuck? Alright, you might actually get to see this on stream. I hurt my... pulled those muscles so much. I swear to God, they were pulling tight like a... I thought it was going to knot my arm up something fierce just now. That would have been... It was on its way to being quite painful, actually. Hi guy, it looks like it's just you and me, buddy. It's good to have you back. I'm glad you're in there banning bad bots. It's much appreciated. Here we go. Alright, so. Hey Siri, spookums. So there's what she looks like for right now. This little hole right here is going to be the eye of the baby, which I shall represent as a fetus. And I'm sure that will look quite chilling. Cutting the bits loose on this thing, and they always fall inward. They never come out. have to work really hard to get them to come out like that. I don't know if this is going to be the best one of the night, guys. I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Starting to come along. Come on. There you go. Got that to break through. Come on out of there. Come on. Come on. There you go. Got that. Yeah, I think it's pretty weak, guys. I don't think people are going to be able to see what it is. I don't think people are going to be able to tell. I don't think people are going to be able to tell. What do you think? If I give her some arms, they'll know. I don't think so. I can try. through there? No? Oh my god. You can try, but it ain't gonna happen. This pumpkin's so fucking thick. I'm trying to put arms on it. Instead, I'm just cutting into meat. There she goes. Here she comes, Sticks. Hold on, Sticks. Looks like I'm putting ears on her. Doesn't look like hands. Oh well. I just want to make them symmetrical. Absolutely brutalizing this pumpkin to get anything out of it. Oh my god. Tearing layer upon layer of flesh out of it to get next to nothing. Incredible. It's supposed to be an arm. It's supposed to be woo like that, but it's not translating the way that I want it to. So I'll do another one. It's a puppy, 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 it's a puppy. I got a puppy, 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 got a bent knife. I got a bent knife, I got a bent knife. I bent this fucking knife. I got a bent knife, bent knife, bent knife, bent knife, bent knife, bent knife, bent knife. Oh, I bent that knife too. Oh, it's all gone so wrong. Why has my life gone so wrong? I got one knife left. Don't bend it, please. Oh no! Oh, at the end of the night, it's all coming apart. Oh no! This is gonna be so bad, guys. All I can do is try not to stab myself at this point. Not sure if it's just me, but Twitch is laggy as shit today. Well, that sucks. I'm sorry, buddy. It's probably me. On account of my computer runs like shit. And to be honest with you, no, you haven't missed much. I mean, I'd like to say you have, but I've just been sitting here carving pumpkins and drinking beer. Oh, Charlie's sniffing a pumpkin. What a good girl. Are you very curious about that pumpkin? It's like, yeah, Papa, I don't know what this is. It's kind of weird. It's a weird thing. Why do you have this in your room, Papa? Alright, almost got the second arm on there, and then we'll call this one done. Alright, hey Siri, turn all the lights off. Okay, so I should imagine that's an arm, and that's an arm, and it's a horrible creature going roar, and it has eaten a baby. It's not great. I'm not gonna lie, it's not great. I'll put this one at the back. We'll get them all up on here, so you can see all of the fruits of my labors. And I think they go in sort of, it's like a hill. It's like there's an ascent of ambition followed by a decline of ambition and execution. This guy right here is great, and I'm thrilled with him. I think he came out awesome. This last one, actually, it's not wonderful, but I've fixed the candle, so it's actually burning pretty brightly. There we go. Got this one as well. And then we'll get back them all up. There we go. Frankly, I think that eyeball looks awesome. And then I think once properly lit, our awful baby-eating witch character looks pretty decent as well. What do you guys think? Hey baby, tune in. Baby, look. Put the lid on this one. I don't know if they look awesome, but they definitely look like something. And I think my favorite is actually this one. I feel like these two need to switch places, because this is too close to the light of the computer, so you can't really see it. And this one glows quite well. So I feel like this one needs a better candle. Or at least a candle that's less out of wax. There we go. Let's try that again. There we go. Get that one on there, looking at the camera. Get this one over here, looking at the camera. And get this one here, looking like just a terrible baby-eating monster. My fave is still the third one? This one? What do you mean this? Do you mean this guy? This guy right here. With the face. I moved the pumpkins around. I know which one you mean. Your favorite is this guy right here. The one with the face, who's got the scratched out eye. I think they all came out pretty cool. The horrifying baby-eating monster woman is awful. She's a Matryoshka monstrosity. I really like the eye. I like the eye. It's quite good. But yeah, I can vanish into the darkness, and then I can appear over here. So that's fun. So once again, as is the tradition, last year, this year, the year before that, I would like to thank you all for joining me for our pumpkin stream. I would like to thank Rohrbach Brewing Company for producing the Great Pumpkin, which is hands down this year's winner for the very best pumpkin ale. And I wish you all a good night. And good luck.